Participants, we are cards up.
Okay. Don't must have been just a dream. You ever have one of those dreams that you feel is really real and you feel like you messed up on something and then you wake up, you're like, did you actually do that or was it the dream?
All the time.
Mhm. Oh.
How did you sleep?
Okay, besides the dream, but
Hmm. Fair enough.
for some reason someone was really upset at somebody. What about you?
I have been thinking about things. Tea?
Sure.
Have you heard from anyone about the censure?
Mhm. You're talking about what the captain mentioned before, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm present.
Nothing besides that.
I don't think either
No?
of us.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Apparently, we're being cut off.
Right.
Hazeleg was, was apparently sent to negotiate an end to it, and obviously that won't be happening. Varys wants to send a petition to the oracles that one would come and grant us aid, or review, at least. What are your thoughts?
I I don't know. It makes sense, I guess, but at the same time, I don't want. I
What is
don't
it?
know if I don't know if I trust the oracles anymore.
I suppose you may have noticed that I've been keeping to myself a little bit these last few days. I've been thinking about other options. It's not just Valis, it's the entire canton. Which means most of our alternative methods are also going to be limited. However, I'm going to speak to some people today, and then I'd like to propose a more formal arrangement with the UN.
I can understand why. It's still scary. They're still so new, but
Yes. The trouble is, we'd be rejecting the oracles and the Empire. We'd be acting directly against them and their censure.
Right.
It's my hope that none but the few involved would really pay the price for any of that, but I'm wary of my actions bringing harm to any of you.
You probably will either way.
That
I
is the
know.
worry.
Happened before.
What do you mean?
That's why I'm here.
Ah,
The only difference is you're telling me first.
would you like me not to?
I already know it wouldn't make any difference. It didn't before.
Roshida. I value your opinion. If you'd rather I not do this, I will very strongly consider not doing it. I don't know how many options we have, but my primary goal here is to keep you and everyone else in my care safe.
There's so much I don't know about. None of the politics or this sort of thing was ever what I was supposed to do. That's probably why Prel kept me out of it, but this is different. I don't know what's right here. There's more consequences than just. I don't want what happened back in the city to happen here, though. But this is different. There's at least other options, but if they sent in the. I just don't want them sending in the Inquisition. Not again.
If there's an agreement to be made, it would be predicated upon security. The point is to make the lives of everyone here better, not more dangerous.
I know.
If the Inquisition does come, they will not threaten any of you, not while I can do anything about it.
That's not how it works.
I know. That's why I'm trying to gather aid. Unfortunately, Kesleg was murdered. There are rabbitkin aplenty that the guard distrusts. The UN is here, and for better or worse, we have begun to engage with them. And there are users of the lesser magics here.
Why did everything get so complicated?
I don't know. I thought perhaps this was finally far enough away from the cities for it, but
So did I. I just don't want the same thing to happen again, Sienna.
would you rather depart?
I don't have anywhere else to go.
One can always find a place.
Where? No one's gonna be my patron anywhere in the Empire, not anymore.
Fair enough.
I do like it here.
As do I.
I'm just scared.
Me too. I'll ask once more, though. Would you like me to refrain from taking any actions? I can leave this to the affairs of others.
Part of part of me does want to say I don't want you to, but leaving it if the oracles if the power that they have is going to
We have people downstairs.
Go ahead and open
Well,
up, Harry.
actually.
We'll be down in just a moment.
Okay. Also, is a bowl of raspberry jam worth 3 talon?
What?
Lizardman came in. He has a stone bowl of jam. And
Oh.
he wants pastries.
Sure. Yes, that seems reasonable.
Okay.
Then for now, I'll proceed. And should you decide you're no longer comfortable with it, you need only say the word and I'll extricate myself.
this place just needs options. It does, I know.
There is one additional consideration. I intend to keep others out of it, specifically, as much as I can, but in this, I'm moving against Varys, and I suspect Vina will have opposition. Well, so far, the violence that we've seen lately has been directed at the Empire. There is a chance it will come here. If it does, may I ask a favor?
What?
There are some letters by my bed. They're marked as where they would need to go. There's a few for all of you. If you could see that they get where they're supposed to go. I don't anticipate this will be a real problem. Either I'll have the support that I need or I won't. And if I won't, then it won't happen.
I want to believe that I won't need to either way. No matter what happens, though, if the oracles are that powerful, they already know what we're thinking, what we've done.
If they were so powerful, they would have already dealt with it. They wouldn't have sent a diplomat. They would have sent inquisitors.
I guess so.
Thank you for talking with me.
Oh, that was so cute. Thank you. A little bit of joy in my morning. Yeah, I'll give you one extra tether for that. That was lovely.
Oh, why, thank you.
No problem. Enjoy your day. I'll be
Cool.
outside.
You too.
How are we faring today, everyone?
Hello.
Hello.
Good.
Doing
Good
all right.
morning.
Good
Are you doing
morning.
all right?
Can I
Yes, I
can I
just
get two of
got
those
out of
cold
bed a little
creams,
slowly.
one order of
Sienna
pastries,
Roshida was keeping
and
me
2
company.
teas.
Sienna, well,
All right.
perhaps I should have
2
stayed a bit
cold
longer.
creams, 1 pastry, and 2 teas.
Mm.
All right. We need 2 cold creams, 1 pastry, and 2 teas.
I'll be
I
right over
can't
there
get
at my
the
table
tea.
when you're ready.
I'll take care of the tea. Is there any kind? Oh, she's gone.
I can go ask.
I believe they've.
Peppermint again?
We do, in fact. Latea brought some by. If you wouldn't mind asking. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think Latea was talking about she got peppermint.
Yes, she brought it by this past weekend. I really don't know what we would do without her sometimes.
Where are the cold creams going?
Over to the black and white kitsune's table.
Okay.
It is black tea with extra cream and sugar and two peppermints.
Good morning.
2 peppermints
Hi.
and a black with extra cream.
Pastry.
And sugar.
You know.
And what?
Pastries.
Oh, yes.
1, 2, how many?
Sugar.
2. I am waiting
Two.
for vanilla.
2 pastries.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning. Someone's in an energetic mood today.
Good
Yep.
morning. You are?
That'll be 6 Taylor.
No, she's fine.
Yeah.
We have an arrangement with the sisters.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Excuse me?
Well, there's
So what
some
kind of-
wolfkin and some kitsunes that have an allergy to it, and it gives them a horrible stomach ache.
In some places,
I assume the black tea is for
Thank
you.
you. You should join us for breakfast if you
lot.
can. Unless you have to work.
I like
Is it really
well,
peach
black tea.
jam?
Is it black tea? Yeah, black
With
tea.
the
Black
with the
tea, but
cream and
does it have
sugar.
milk and
Yes.
So, seems
Yes.
like stuff,
Yes.
you know.
Okay, there you go. Yes, thank
I
you.
guess I could put
Cream, milk,
the seasonings.
either
drag
or
over
all
a
works.
bench.
Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Sienna, Varys is probably going to be by in a bit, wanting to check in with you. Just
Ah,
giving you a heads up.
I see. Thank
Just
you.
with Lotea for a moment, picking up herb that he was looking for.
I see. Well, I suspect I know what he needs to speak about. And speaking of, could I
Given
steal
what
you for a moment,
given
Harry?
I was talking about, yes, it's probably exactly what you think.
Let's step upstairs for just a moment. We'll be back in a moment. Apologies.
Okay. I need to sit down.
I can't get the door.
Just let me know.
Have you heard about Varys's plan?
No.
The continent of Eratio has been censured by the Empire. They're cutting us off.
Ah. That's bad.
Yes. Yes, it is. He seeks to petition the oracles directly, that one come and evaluate us. What do you think?
Okay. Oracles are kind of scary, aren't they?
Yes, especially, I suspect, in a town that has recently had, well, let's put it this way. Whatever happened to Kazaleg is not, it's not impossible that it would happen to an inquisitor, not an inquisitor, an oracle as well. I am discussing with a few of you that are here at the heart. I intend to approach the UN and ask for their support. Would this concern you?
To ask the outsiders?
Yes.
Oh, I think they're all really good people. They've all been really nice.
So far, yes. but I'm sure that you've heard plenty about what happened here. And about the people from their world. In many ways, it's a dangerous play as well. But I think that with their support, we can potentially be separate from Horatio and the Empire both.
Separate?
Perhaps not quite a peer to the cantons, but something like it. Our own decision-making, along with the UN, to apply to Valis and the surrounding areas.
Oh. That'd definitely be different.
It would. Is this something that would concern you?
I don't know.
Then I wanted to at least warn you.
But
Sorry.
if they're already talking about not helping us anymore, then it shouldn't help to go to the outsiders, right?
Potentially. But it might be viewed as an insult to the Empire.
Right.
But as you said, they've already cut us off. What can they do? They could send inquisitors, perhaps, or an army. But even if the UN isn't willing to take direct action, with their support, it's my hope that they wouldn't bother. Or wouldn't dare. I'm going to speak to them today, but this places me at odds with Varys. So I'm going to keep as many people out of it as I can. If you don't feel safe with this course of action, I will seriously consider that as part of my determination.
If you want, I can go with you.
Well, Dr. Anders is coming here. Is there any reason you'd like to come along?
'Cause I know it's going to be scary. Whatever happens.
And yet a week or two ago, you were hiding behind my skirts. I'll be all right. I can certainly fill you in after, if you'd like. I intend to, all of you. Okay.
Okay.
If you truly would wish to be there, I won't stop you. But just know that it might put a target on your back as well. You're smart enough to know that, I'm sure. Additionally, I suspect Vina may not be as on board as as many of the rest of the women here.
Avina?
I gather that she is rather fond of the Empire. That's one of the reasons that I'm trying to deal with it myself at first. That if there's any blowback, it hits me and not everyone else. Dr. Anders is coming by at... Thank you, Harry. Dr. Andrews is coming by later today. If you have any reservations or additional thoughts, please let me know.
Okay.
Let's get back to the others.
Okay.
It's all very well and good. Please, a little bit of spilled coffee is nothing to worry about. If you could get me a cup of tea, as per usual, that'd be very nice.
Hey, Harry.
Any particular kind?
Ah, good morning,
Surprise me.
Sienna.
Latea, dear.
I'm
How are
gonna
you?
head out.
Of course.
I
Okay.
knew.
You know, I was thinking about that painful fence of theirs. Have you ever seen lightning strike a lake?
The only ones who can define
Not even
once is yourself.
No.
I suppose that means I was right about her.
Sparkles over the top of the water.
I'll be honest, I don't quite know the difference between peppermint and spearmint, but
How do they even
I
get
gave you what I
lightning
could.
inside the
I'm
fence
sure.
if it's not connected to its
Well, I
power?
was wondering. I was
They've
wondering what would
departed.
happen if we threw water on it.
Damn.
But if that was from you, then thank you for your generous gift.
Apologies.
Here is your tea.
You're welcome to come to this shrine for whatever herbs you need anytime.
The captain was here to talk to you, but
He's taken off, I
horses
see.
took him suddenly.
He spilled
His
his
He'll probably be
coffee.
back.
Oh,
Can you
sorry?
run off? He'll return.
You said, well, the flux took him, so I'm sure he'll be back soon.
yes.
You said you wanted to speak with me.
Yes, I've got a bit of a revolving door today. Step upstairs for a moment.
Can't say I've ever been seen your place before. It is quite cozy.
Indeed, I've had plenty of time to make it my own. I'm rather fond of it.
Now then, what can I help you with?
I assume you've been told about what Varys is up to. And why?
In part, I caught part of the conversation.
We've been
I know
censured.
that he is trying to... Have we?
Yes.
I guess it should be expected, given what happened.
It's all of a ratio, not just us. Apparently Kazalig was here to deal with it. But the fact that it's everyone makes it actually a larger problem. However...
How?
I'm not particularly fond of petitioning the Empire, nor of oracles coming to this town. There are plenty here who would not be treated favorably.
Myself included in that regard. Though we drow are apolitical to the Empire's political machinations. We don't necessarily care what happens in their politics, but we more care about what happens as a result to the people, to the world.
Indeed.
And there are some of us who, well, let's just simply say, should an oracle look, we would not found favorable.
Quite. Myself included with what I've spoken about today. I want to go to the UN and ask for their support. I'd like to declare this place separate.
That is ambitious, to say the least.
I see few options available to us, and potential allies. I'm
We
wary of
still don't
them,
know
but...
what they are after as well.
No, but... they wish to integrate with us, yes?
So they claim. But what they
Then?
really... I do not know. But...
then the agreement
I
has
am
mutual
concerned.
benefit, if they're willing to
It
provide the
does.
support. And frankly, they're strong enough that we wouldn't need much more to dissuade the Empire or anyone else.
I know. I have seen their weaponry. My main concern is, should this agreement be made with them, can we survive 1, the winter, 2, the Empire's retaliation against us? Because you can be damn well sure they are not going to look upon this favorably.
Certainly not. But if we're being candid, what other options do we have? We can try to survive the
Very
winter with no
few.
supplies and no support from the Empire or anyone else. Things are so chaotic in the surrounding area now. We can get the staples that we need, I'm sure. It's easy enough to get grains. Hell, we've got game enough to get meat from the woods. We can survive with the small population we have for a while, at least. If the
For
UN
a
is...
while, yes.
if the UN is able to help us fill in the gaps, then when summer comes, we'll be more prepared. We'll know what we need to accomplish before winter next.
Yes. And as that regard, I might be able to shed some help with that as well. I wrote to my father a few weeks ago, and in his letter back to me, he stated that should any help the town is needed, supplies, to let him know, and he'll see what he can do. He's willing to help in that regard. However, I would much rather prefer not to make my home another target as well. It already is, given the fact that the Northern Canton and their Imperial Army is already marching south, although it will be halted the coming of winter.
Indeed.
Thankfully. Then again, it seems war is inevitable no matter how we look at it.
Yes.
It matters on whose side we choose. As you know, I will help in whatever way I can. That has never changed and never will change.
But
I'm willing to lend my support in this.
you certainly
my only
understand. Go on.
My only but is that I am still concerned for everyone here. The town, and for the other visitors as well.
It is my goal to make this as small a decisioning group as possible. I need the support of various people. I'm moving against Varys and presumably the mayor here.
You say that, although I think Amari might be amenable to your decision.
Really? Well, that's fortunate.
Yes. When I tracked her down last week in the Deep Wilds, she was being open and favorable to the group of visitors that she was with. She was escorting down there to see the site of the Blood Moon.
Ah.
I believe she would look favorably upon this decision. But I would imagine you need to convince her as well.
I suppose so.
I don't believe she holds favor for the Empire.
I suspect that she holds favor for the town not starving. And that's, well...
I believe the town is her utmost priority.
I'll be candid, most of my reason is those of you under my care. I know some of you would do well enough without me, to be sure, but
I am honored,
nonetheless,
though, to be counted upon that.
gladly.
You and Yoshida, especially, are people that I have come to grow fond of and to consider as friends. Miko as well, even though she is on the newer side like me.
Yes, but she's pleasant. She's good
She
company.
is, once you get to know her.
Mhm.
Yes.
In any case.
But yes, I am... if they do come, nothing good will come out of it. Least of all for
Yes.
me. Nothing to say of those who probably are part of the Pewahist group.
Do you believe
Oh,
we
believe
have
me,
them
I'm
here?
sure there are more than one here. Oh, believe me, I'm sure we have more than one here.
I've
I
begun
think that
to...
kind of goes without saying.
Yes. I've begun to assemble some observations on that sort of front. But there's a certain irony to it, I suppose, in many ways. If I'm pursuing independence,
doubt.
it is a rather strong indicator of self-determination, no?
Indeed, and no doubt, if you actually reached out to the Pewahist resistance, I'm sure they would actually look favorably as well, given the fact that you wish to stand against the Empire. Whether or not they hold favor to the Free Cantons is another thing. I am unsure. Some of the Pewahists who live in my home of Dininerin look favorably upon the Free Cantons. At least they tolerate us. Simply because they treat us as equals, not as lesser.
I must admit, I wouldn't know where to start there. But I've floated a few things, and it's my hope that, well, should it come up, people can speak to me.
And I will have your back. And I will support you.
I would recommend being quiet in doing so. At least,
I will.
strongly. There are those that obviously
Just know
do
this.
support the Empire here.
I know. Believe me, I've run into my fair share while being here. Varys notwithstanding. And his sister.
Yes.
But know this, Sienna. The oracles come. I have my own worries.
Understood. Let's go. I'm sure Varys is waiting on me.
If he's returned.
Right.
Is that correct?
As you were saying.
And Captain.
What fortuitous
Alright,
timing,
well.
indeed.
Timing indeed.
I was mostly mean to your friend, but...
You wish to speak?
I know you wish to talk. Well, you had concerns.
Yes, rather.
Well, I'm here. I might as well get a drink while you do that.
In the tavern.
What's that?
What kind of drinks do you have here? I forget.
Various types of teas.
I respected
coffee,
the.
and
Oh,
juices.
God, I died.
Sorry, Vina.
Flux is not
Well,
like
do you recall
apologies.
your favorite tea?
I respected your wishes and not made the posting on the tavern, so I ended up putting it on my barracks instead.
Your
But
favorite
in
tea?
hesitation, I wanted to see what your concerns were and see if I can comfort them if possible, or if
I was
any
just
of
running
your
the
staff had concerns as well.
I see. It is a beautiful tea. I'll take it.
Let's
I smell really cool flower.
speak. Yes.
Delicious tea.
See, it's got a whole bunch of bristles on it.
I suppose so.
Very nice.
Have a seat. Or not, if you wish.
I appreciate the offer, but I'll stand for now. Oh. What's got you concerned?
I think it will not be fortunate should the Oracle come here. I think there's a solid chance they end up dead. And I think that...
That... Go on.
We've begun to integrate ourselves, or rather allow the UN to integrate with us. That I suspect is also
As for the concern of the Oracle.
Go on.
I understand your concern for the Oracle. It is the same concern of mine. I've already let them know, and honestly, they probably would not partake of any food or drink of the town due to the previous issue. It's nothing of offense to your tavern, but more or less a failure on my part in finding who and how they did it. Well, who, I found out how they did it, but...
Yes.
As for the UN's integration, the Empire's probably interested in them. Last time we had to deal with them, we were on the end of their weaponry.
Indeed.
Or, well, I guess not theirs particularly. Not in the sense of war, but trying to understand at this point. With the Emperor dead, the Empire is changing. For what, I do not know.
I am wary.
Ideally,
there are those who will not look favorably upon the Empire being here, or their representatives. And there are those within my care who are not well served by them.
I could tell some of them do shy away from me, which I understand. But at least you understand the fact that it is not my purpose. My purpose is to get this town up and moving, sustainable, and right now I cannot hold that. I understand the outsiders are integrating. I do not know what that means for us, though. Their ways and technologies vastly different, and I do not know what it would mean for this world. I do know their weapons of war are not to be trifled, and I would honestly not wish them in this world. The destruction they brought in one night rivals a month of warfare.
Yes. What if they wished to become more integrated with us? More than
They
just
would
a
integrate
dabbling.
with us. It'd be... It could work. It would be nice. I wouldn't have to worry about them. As much as I say I trust them, I don't trust them fully. They still carry those arms around.
Indeed.
There are some in there I do not think understand what has happened here before. They wish to know, and I will tell them, though they probably will not like what they hear.
No, they will not. But they should know it nonetheless. None of them understand, I don't think. Not properly. I think they're
I don't
beginning
think
to.
some of our own people understand.
They do not. People call it a battle. It's a stupid term.
It was a massacre.
Yes.
One I do not wish to relive. There's a reason I'm a guard of one. The rest of them are gone.
Yes. There are many faces that once
Call it
lived here. There are very few of us left.
I remember when I got here, there was only a handful of you. The fact that we're at the numbers we're at now is encouraging and terrifying. At one point, I like to see that life returns to this town, but a lot of them have their own ways of thinking, some more violent than others. And I know, you might say in situations, since one of them was one of your employees. And in that, I apologize. We have apologized to her as well, but I do not think she wishes to speak to me, which is fair.
That I leave between the two of you.
Understandably. At this point, I swear it's instincts between our species.
Unfortunately.
Years of war does that. We tried to make peace at one point. That didn't go very well. But alas, I'm not afraid to try it again. But that is my issue. Back to your concerns, I understand that there are some people who wish to possibly kill the Oracle if they do visit. And I will stress that it's a if. I'm putting a lot on the line to try and get them even to appeal.
Let me be candid about what I'm planning. Today I intend to speak to Dr. Anders, who is somehow their leader. I don't understand exactly how their internal politics works.
They have many leaders.
This is what is so frustrating.
Neither do I.
I suppose there are several people here that one could call leaders, but I intend to speak to them today and see if they are interested in a firmer commitment. I would like to ensure that our town can remain independent of the needs of being connected to those around us.
That will be hard. The Empire does wish to reclaim these lands.
Yes.
Now,
but the question is, how badly do they wish to hold territory that is directly adjacent to those from the other world? Might they be opposed
potentially
to a bubble, perhaps? Separate? Special?
Perhaps a peace could be found.
Or, realistically, fear instilled.
I would not use fear. Right now, the Empire is afraid of itself.
Yes.
Out here, you might not know, but the infighting further in has gotten worse.
I've heard bits and pieces.
Yes, and I stand watching it tear itself apart, as does the rest of my clan. The Wolfkin does not wish for this, I could tell you that. We wish for unity, and that's all we ever tried to do. The Empire could offer that at some point, but right now it cannot. Not in its current state.
Then perhaps we can become one of the United Nations.
You jest, I hope. But
I do not. I understand the
the only way to make it work
implications.
is if a peace is meant.
Indeed.
But the only way to make that work and not have the Empire declare war again Because as much as they will infight, they will gather against a common enemy, an invader of sorts. One way or another, we need a representative, and an oracle from Prima would be one. I can't do it. I do not have the power of word to say so. But I can bring someone here, hopefully.
Any such independent state would be more than welcoming to visitors from the Empire who wish to understand what transpires here and avail themselves of the connection to the other world. Valis would be of neither, but rather a place between. Ourselves,
One way or
primarily.
another. I understand. But one way or another, we will have to bring something to concrete that from the Empire's stake so they don't see it as an act of war.
It is an act of war, Varys.
Thus, I know. And it's a war I do not want. And it's a war you do not wish to see. Not again.
No. Though, to be candid with you.
So if...
Sienna, I'm going to go take a walk.
Of course.
Yes, I understand what you're about to say. The fact that the Empire cannot stand opposed to it.
That's not what I mean.
But...
What I mean is they
And
will
what do you
have
mean?
their agent here. The reality is that this decision, this action, should not be undertaken by everyone. Should what I am attempting to do fail, I do not wish to behead the entire town.
Neither do I.
Then
In which
stay
case
out
is
of it.
why I ask.
Stay on your side.
At
Stay
least...
the ally of the Empire.
At least let me consider bringing down someone who can at least solidify this special zone, as you call it. The Empire acknowledges it, they will not bother with it. That's all I need. I don't need control, I need acknowledgement. This town doesn't have much supplies to it.
No.
And in the current states, we're not going to be getting much. If we get
Indeed.
acknowledged and we can make a trade, then we can be fine. I've already asked Nixia to try and make as many trade routes this way if she can. But she's pulling as an independent, then.
Yes. But we need only survive the winter. When summer comes, we know our situation and we can prepare for it. We have enough hands in the town to survive now. It will be hard, certainly, but we can do it. But we truly don't need that much. Not if we only need to survive the winter. It'll be hard, certainly. But if I can get the commitment from the UN to assist us, to go forward with this plan.
If you can, but there's an issue. That is still the situation of an act of war. And I know I keep coming back to it, but that's what I worry. That's my concern. How to make sure that doesn't happen. Again,
The UN,
I also have a few here that wish to speak to an oracle. To deny them that, just to keep them out entirely, would be a disservice to some of our civilians and our guests. I understand the concern, in which case I can keep them elsewhere, out of town. But I believe it would be beneficial to your plan as well.
I'll think on it. And perhaps Anders will say that it is not something that can be supported by them anyways. I'll find you later, I'm sure.
I'll be around. But
thank you, Captain.
I understand your concerns, and I thank you for... No problem. I thank you for bringing the concerns to me. Otherwise, I don't know what's going on in this town.
For what it's worth. If I do make a move and it is not the winning strategy, I won't hold it against you when you have to come after me.
Be glad that if they do have to come after you, I tend to lose culprits very easily. I don't think you understand how central you are to this town.
I'd like to think so, but I suppose we'll find out, won't we?
Interesting. So
Oh, it's quite.
I don't really have much in the way of hobbies.
But I thank you for your time, and I shall
Welcome back.
leave you to your many customers now.
Thank you.
And you are ever the most popular person in this building.
Who now?
Sienna.
I missed what you said.
A doctor.
Oh, she's here.
What would you like?
Oh,
Yes.
Oh,
she's
well,
in the
I've kept you
corner right
waiting.
there.
I knew that I would have time. Well, I thought I would have more
Another.
time. She said she wouldn't be here until after midday. It's not even barely halfway through the morning. Or, well.
Also, one of the rabbit
I think it
was
is
also
past the
looking
morning
for
at
you.
this point.
Celine?
I
think
believe
so, yeah.
Okay. If she's departed, then I'm sure I'll find her at some point.
She said she would be on the balcony waiting for you.
She is
Oh,
out
excellent.
on the balcony. You can actually just barely make them out right now.
I'll steal her and then
What
talk
kind
to
of food
Dr.
would you like, my
Anders.
friend?
Right?
I should have scheduled this day much better.
And then the mayor's like, by the way, I was just fucking with you, and then I left. I just that I'm okay. It's too early. I'm for sure.
Dr. Anders, I apologize.
Do you wish to? Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yes, I still do wish to speak, but I have one other conversation that I need to have first. I'm sorry.
I'm not in a rush. I'm drinking coffee. I'm in a good place right now. Can I move 2
Well,
cups?
please enjoy. I'll be with you soon enough, I'm
Thank
sure.
you.
Because if anything, I feel like there's a couple of ladies who would gladly dine a travel just to mess with me.
Hello? Sure.
Good morning. Or good day, I suppose.
What kind of treat?
Hello.
Growing it back.
Well, it didn't grow when I brought it up as
Yes.
Be careful with that.
Quite.
Of the many places I can
That's
grow
not
fur,
good.
and my face has
doing
never been
fine.
one. I don't think I've actually ever seen a rabbit king with
I
a
didn't think about it.
Yeah, talking soon, because just need to. What kind of treats do you have?
It's perfectly all right.
I definitely know some people who
That's
can't grow
biased,
facial hair to
that's
save their lives. Human, that is. Suppose,
Now, personally, I don't care.
other races.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Chocolate.
Hey.
Like baked rice balls.
Oh, it's a brown thing, right? The chocolate.
Pretty big. That's not.
But
Not anything to be ashamed of.
It's.
Did you have any other
It's
questions?
never actually eaten chocolate. Is it like? Is it like? What is it? What is it like? What?
Don't look at it. You want a tail that you can like wrap around
Sienna has her
you
own plans. I'm willing to let her try,
It's
but I also
different
still
than
ask to
that.
let me try my way.
You know what they say about cupcake.
There are still people who are interested in
He's not being very subtle, is
the
he?
outside
What did they say?
aside,
What did they say about
do well
people with big tails?
Neither am I, as you'll find out shortly.
I'll need someone
It is kind of being that is round up.
trying to do.
I see.
I do not have the
I
words.
see. Beans are good.
Prepare a sheet of myself.
We don't see villages like this.
Anyways, I have a talk, but if you want to talk later, we can talk later.
Before you go, I'm trying to learn the names of many people.
But there's
Oh.
between being a mechanic and
Anything about
I don't know yours either.
Oh,
Care
right.
position has to
Celine.
Worlds through giant flying machines.
Then again, it is my day off, so
Loyal
I'm
to
kind
the
of
Empire, that is true.
Yeah, I am gonna
try to keep
take that as a
people
neutral
together.
statement and not as a possible insult,
Massive
but it's
stories
fine.
about
Maria.
wars between
Maria,
failed
okay, yeah.
worlds and
Good to meet you.
conflicts
What I
within
talked
that.
about
It's a
Listen, thanks a lot. Actually,
Have a lovely day, both of you.
Wish to find anyone who is interested in reading your work, only wish to sign
Could we
up.
step upstairs
With the
for a
site
moment?
with the petition tab.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
As to the
We'll see.
World itself, I suppose.
something I found is that it's very there's patterns.
You want to close it?
I was going to, if you want
my
to.
line of work where
Right. I suppose I'll rather get directly to the point. Have you heard anything about what's going on with the censure?
Yeah. About the news, right?
Yes. We're being cut off.
Yeah.
Varys would like to petition the oracles and have one sent here to evaluate us and overrule the decision.
Yep.
I take it you're not a fan of this path
All
forward.
right. Huh. No.
May I ask what you prefer?
For them not to come. Why do you want to know?
Because you know more of the outside world than me these days, and because what I am proposing affects you as well, and I wished you to know before I make movements. You're not overly... My conversation next is with Dr. Anders from the UN. I'm going to ask their support in declaring an independent neutral zone between us and them, separate from the Empire. Supported by their world, if needed. This is obviously treason.
Against what?
Against what? What do you mean?
I'm asking you. Against the kingdom or something else?
Sorry, which part is against?
You said you wanted to have an alliance or a gathering of people, you said.
My hope is to ally ourselves more directly with the United Nations and their world. To declare Valis and the surrounding territories ours, and a safe space for theirs as well.
Okay. Why?
Because we're not going to survive the winter, and if an oracle comes here, a lot of people are going to probably die. Including, especially, the oracle. We all saw what happened to Kazaleg. Someone managed to poison that glass while it was in the hand that carried it from the keg to his hand.
I know.
So it's my aim. I'll be very honest. I like helping people that are not well treated elsewhere. I wish to build a community where people can be safe. And they are the strongest people that I know. The Empire's in turmoil, they're cutting us off. The kingdoms are scattered. Eratio's entirely in ruins, basically, or will be by the end of the winter. There's not a lot going for us.
So what is this? So you want freedom, right?
More or less.
In this thing, and doing a new... bring a new world together, right?
Yes. I'd like to make this a place where people can come to make something new. Or to find something new for themselves.
What about other rabbitkin? Are they welcome? You know, that Varys He is from the kingdom.
Yes, I've spoken with Varys about the plan. He hasn't tossed me in irons.
So you're gonna kick him out?
Be very honest
He
with
will
you.
not be on board. He's with the kingdom.
He cares about keeping this town safe. If I can do that, he only wants to then bring an oracle to formalize it. Whether or not he's allowed to do that will not really be up to him. I envision a rule of 3. 2 from our world and 1 from theirs.
I see. Why are you telling me this?
Partially because I am committing treason. So if you and your sister would like to depart before the Empire comes and crashes down upon this place, I figured I'd give you a heads up. Second, I think you're smart. Smart enough, at least. We've not talked much, but you're savvy. And I need
Just to be
backers.
clear, we're not afraid of the kingdom.
Not about being afraid. It's about whether they're going to send an army here and fuck up everyone's life. Whether or not one's afraid of it, it's still a practical reality.
And be smart about it. Don't be so open about it at first, and then start building allies. As you are doing, I assume.
The trouble is, while I can build allies here, I have reasonably many in this town. I have very few far afield. It would be difficult for me to, for example, gain the support of the wider Rabbitkin population and even let them know that this is a place to be. That's another reason that I'm asking you. I'm not really asking for anything, but if you are willing to support my actions, and there are things you can offer, I would appreciate it.
Not saying no. And I'm also not saying yes. I want to see progress.
All right. What would you like to know? When should I speak with you again?
What are you going to do about the Oracle?
What if they come here? Well, my hope presently is that I can avoid them coming here.
How are you going to do that?
Ideally, by getting it on board, or by getting enough people on board that Varys is going to succeed in his petition. It's going to be a woefully short list. Do you know where he's posted it? Was it as his barracks? I think he'd said. I can't see from here.
I don't remember.
I'm guessing so. He asked to post it here, and I initially said yes, because it's for the town, but I thought for more than 30 seconds, and then my brain caught up with me.
You know, there's probably a lot of people that might be from the Empire.
Oh yes, I totally expect this to be a problem for me.
And you're ready to risk your life for this.
I've already told half a dozen people that I am intending to commit treason, so that ship has sailed. If you're with the Empire, it's time to draw that sword. Here we go, no people's up here, no witnesses. Would be a hell of a thing, though. My goal is to put as few names behind it as possible. I would like everyone's support, but quietly. As I said, a council of 3. I can be one of the seats, one of the names. Nobody will dare threaten the UN directly, or they'll rain hell upon us again.
The dragons or whatever they were. I'm not sure what they were.
What do you mean?
Just saw people saw light.
Oh,
An
when the battle.
explosion or whatever.
Yes. They have things that rain fire from the sky. The ground tears up. And there's the sound of thunder and flashes of light, and then everything is death. It took them... Everyone calls it a battle. Because they're stupid. It wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. It'd be
Didn't
called
seem
the
like a
butchery of
battle.
the Blood Moon.
I know battle. That doesn't sound like a battle.
It wasn't. There are very, very few faces here now that were here before. I lost a lot of friends.
I can imagine.
I'm not interested in losing those that I've reacquired.
How many do you think you can get on your side?
I haven't the slightest. I suspect a reasonable amount. Realistically, there are numerous people here that if an oracle did come and actually look upon us, would be viewed as heretics. From what I gather, some of the Rabbitkin may or may not be involved in such things, but I think that you might be targeted regardless.
Oh, we are taking that into account.
I'm glad. And you have my support should you need it. I'm not fond of the way that you were treated after Kazalig was murdered, or perceptions of you in general. I don't think one's race is enough to make any determinations by.
Well, Varys made that abundantly clear, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, and that is part of why, while I have informed Varys what I am planning, he is not involved. He can make whatever attempts at conveying things to the Empire he can, but unless I have an actual commitment from the UN, it doesn't matter anyways.
So what if we become powerful with them on our side? What are your new rulings on the world? And everybody?
I don't know.
Freedom?
Yes.
What else? What
For
are you
more than
standing
just.
for?
Right now, I'm standing for the survival and protection of those that I care about here.
Here. But what about others?
I can't
outside.
There are limits to.
You're saying that they're welcome.
Yes. I would like to. It's not my sole determination. As I said, a rule of 3. Even if I am one of them, I am but one voice.
Why 1 and 2 UN?
2 of us and one of them. They wish to join our world. It should be by our rules. And because I think they'll say yes to it.
Oopsie.
Their autonomy at their home would be their own. Our rules would not apply to them there. But our rules would apply to them here and outside of their hill. They have a voice there. They can advocate for the changes that are required.
So you don't want to unite us?
What do you mean?
You don't want to unite. You just want to divide.
No.
They make their own country or their own city.
Do you think that anyone, including the people that you've met, would tolerate our rule in their home? I'm taking what I can get.
Understandable.
The moment they step
Why
foot
are you
outside
so
of their
certain that
gates.
we can take them on?
What, the UN? I'm not. We can't take them on. Just those that are in the town today could eliminate everyone in this town in an hour. It wouldn't even be trouble for them. But why live in fear of that power? If they are so genuine about wanting to make amends, about wanting to bring their help to this world, about wanting to be a part of it, then let them be a part of it. Let them put their name to it. Let them lend their strength to it.
Why not learn from them? Unite us in the end, not divide them. They can become a threat.
Yes. Are they
If
not a
they
threat
decide
now?
they are becoming more stronger,
Celine, what's to stop them from coming
could
down
become
from that
more
hill
threat.
today? I would love to receive as much of their world as I can. They have things we can't even dream of. I've begun to integrate with them already. I have a pending agreement for them to provide supplies here, in exchange for some of our currency. They want to acquire our currency. They want to integrate with us. They want to be a part of this. I'm not sure they'll say yes to this, but I want them to. I want an option that doesn't require us to seek the approval of an oracle. And then for us to hope that the oracle not only takes pity on us, but also doesn't get murdered. I want my people to be safe.
Yeah.
I want everyone here to be safe. And right now, nobody is.
Because of Rabbitkin.
Because of the Empire. Because of the world that we live in. There's no right or wrong, good or evil. Not so simply. There are plenty of people from the Empire that are perfectly fine people. And there are plenty of Rabbitkin that are assholes.
But I'm saying, what I'm saying, if we weren't here and the oracle came, you wouldn't be in danger.
No, that is not correct. If every Rabbitkin left Valis today, we would be in as much danger as we are now.
Okay. I see you don't have a problem with us then.
Should I? I know I haven't sprouted any rabbit ears while you've
kind of
been
a
here, but
test.
the double pairing, it's a whole thing.
If you would have answered differently, I wouldn't have been with you.
You're
I'm
still
not saying
not.
I'm with you yet.
No, and I wouldn't expect you to be. I only wanted you to hear me out, and for you to understand what I am going to be doing regardless of whether or not I have your support. I would like it.
Then
But if I don't have it, that's fine.
could we talk more then about what you find out of people? And what you're gathering or who you're gathering?
I'm going to speak with the UN next. And either they'll put an end to it or they won't, and after that, then I will begin talks in earnest. Then I make it public. And people either back me or they don't. Or I end up a puddle. I rather hope that's not the case.
Well, I am excited to see your progress.
And thank you for talking to me. It's been an insightful conversation.
I see. Oh, that's good. It has been insightful for me too.
You get with the good Dr. Anders.
Thank you. I never did that's not how you would do the shake. Just,
It's alright.
Sienna, correct?
Yes, hello.
Humans value this thing we call
My apologies. I was just, I had spoken to your staff earlier, but, basically, I was wondering if I could have your permission to, house, a meeting later, after I go with the captain and to attend the site. I wish to speak to a few of the people of the village, the rabbits in particular. Can I just have a little conversation so we can at least come to an understanding? Would you be willing to facilitate in your establishment?
Of course. I have no qualms with that at all.
Treat themselves similar
Of course. Then it should be in later today. I'm gonna double check if the captain's left it there, but it might be after that.
Of course.
No, we do that a lot.
If you,
Good morning.
If you could send a message to the rabbitkin, if you do see them.
Sorry?
Could you please, if you do see the rabbitkin, could you extend that message to them?
Well, they're not entirely all of a group. Celine might still be here. If you heard her, you could try to catch her, but otherwise... She's trying to gather a meeting.
From different backgrounds and everything.
I want to have a meeting with them, pure and simple.
The most distracting thing in this room is a girl blue hair.
What did you need, sorry?
Why all of them?
Oh, no, sorry. Well, I was just speaking to the mayor here, but
not all of them, but
part of the UN's prerogative is providing health outreach, medical checkups, assistance in that nature. I was just floating the idea of a possible medical tent or setup or something like that, and I was wondering if I could enlist the help of the tavern in spreading news about it.
I'm certain that would be perfectly fine with me, at least.
That's not the natural.
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, well, I have, it seems, a limited selection of staff today, and I'm rather busy myself, but if you speak with Vina, I'm sure that she can spread the word, and anyone else, here, let's...
Alright, thank you.
Vina?
I wanted to ask if I can take some to go, if that's alright.
So, you know,
should be
they're just
fine.
throwing
Yes.
words in that they don't need to make it
My
longer.
friend, I'm sorry,
Makes
I
them sound
forgot your
smarter,
name.
right?
I knew it, I think.
Dr. Koval.
Dr. Koval.
It's alright.
Yes,
I'm like a
yes.
fucking prick
Also,
in terms
hello,
of, like,
Mr.
intelligence.
Huckleberry.
I'm not smart at all. I just be like saying shit like 50%
Dr.
of the time
Koval
and
is
just
looking
having
to set up a
plans.
tent for medical outreach and was hoping that the Crystal
sound
Heart
like
could
something
help
with
spread the
the
word. Would that be something you could help with today?
Can I have those?
It would probably be sometime next week. That
Oh,
we
next
would
week.
Get it going.
Fabulous.
Yes, not today. Not today.
Much better.
But
Okay.
just something for next week.
Then yes, I'll make sure that all the staff
Yeah,
are
no
aware
immediate
and we'll
rush.
spread the word over the next few days.
Pace and they haven't gotten used to some of the people
Of course.
around here.
I appreciate your help.
We can do that.
You're setting up a metal site where?
Wait, do they do that?
Somewhere in the town. I'd actually really like some help in finding a location in town that might be good for it.
Without being asked.
There's a flat space outside there, but I'm not entirely certain.
Let others know. Let me get you
It might be possible
to
to
double
clear
check
out
and see
some
what
of
kind
the
of-
space. I don't know how much space you need, but there's also the well, the ruins of the market. There might be a way to fix up things enough to clear a space. It's
I highly doubt it.
a bit dismal of a location, but it's unused.
Stretchy thing.
So, all right, fair enough.
What do you do here?
Still wanting to go.
No, I think that would work perfectly fine. We have a tent that we're planning on setting up for it for more private consults. So,
Of course, like I said, you're more than welcome to set it up outside or what have you.
Come to me. Let's have a.
And I will let everyone know as best I'm able.
Alright, I'm gonna move away from it. So many people talking here.
Looked at the 11 and said,
The only thing I got that might be worth any value.
Mr. Huckleberry.
I'll see if I can track him down.
Ah, yeah.
I won't detain you long. I simply wanted to thank you again for your tour last week. It's much
It's
appreciated.
perfectly fine. I do hope you all enjoyed the little base, despite how simple it was. Hopefully you also learned anything from a bit or two around.
It was certainly most fascinating. Go on.
While I do have your attention right now, I did want to ask if there's anything interesting happening in the town as of late that one can participate in.
I'm honestly not entirely certain. I'm not sure if there are any events going on. The mayor might know better about that. I've been a little preoccupied with some things of late. It's possible there will be some interesting things, but unfortunately I'm a little uninformed this week. Also, the slime there is Laurie. She's our newspaper writer.
Ah, so that's the one that the one I've been seeing all the newspapers pop up in town.
Yes.
Quite interesting. Well, all right then. Well, you are pretty preoccupied, so I'll let you go for now.
Of course. Enjoy your day.
I'll just see if I can find anything interesting to start off with. Yes, thank you very much, Miss Sienna.
Is that? And I figured that that shouldn't have been too bad of a problem, but like.
Hello, Dr. Anders. I am now free. I apologize. It has been a strange day so far. It's almost half over. Hello.
You need someone with a distraction? I could start accidentally spilling tea on people that try to approach you.
I would prefer not. I think I'm actually done with the interruptions for now, and I can steal Dr. Anders, and then after that, I have no more planned arrangements, and I am free to be harassed by whoever would like to for the rest of the day.
Are you sure? Because I can start a really good bar fight.
I would appreciate it if you didn't. I try to have a no conflict policy here.
Alright, that's
Oh, there's nothing about a conflict. It's a bar fight. There's a difference.
Yes, but see, the alcohol, it becomes a problem.
Exactly. Okay.
Maybe
I'm
not the
stalling.
attention, maybe...
Let's speak upstairs.
Okay. Yes.
What they're doing or saying means that they're.
That's dangerous. Yeah, most of our bugs are about yay big. That one bite will kill you.
Coffee, I'm told.
Did you need something?
Yeah, sure.
What they say.
What's like a slime folk coffee? What's like that style? Like, do y'all like do something?
Slime folk.
What is it?
Slime folk, we are not particularly good with large amounts of water, so it's incredibly strongly brewed coffee.
Yo, yeah, give me like 2 of those actually. That'd be great.
That is a lot. Maybe start with 1 and see how you feel.
Yeah.
How about okay? So
you know what? Take 2.
Can I get 2 of those?
Take 2. Enjoy your day.
Yeah. Can I get?
Yeah, I'll take 2 of those.
Question for you.
Apologies.
metal thing stuck in the ground or anything out there?
It's
I'm
never.
well aware
Like,
of the
jagged
woes of being
or-
someone that everybody needs to talk to.
Please have a seat.
I would love to. You know what? Oh, now, how may I help you today?
I'm going to be rather straightforward because it's a complicated enough topic that I'll allow you to ask questions rather than attempting to provide all of the nuance. Valis is part of a dwarven continent called the Continent of Eurasia. The continent has been censured by the Empire, which means we've been cut off from trade and supplies.
Okay.
Our captain of the guard, Varys, I believe you've met him. He wishes to have a petition signed that would gather support from the villagers to bring one of the oracles here. Do you know what oracles are?
I've heard whispers of them, but in terms of precisely what they are, no.
They are wielders of great magics that give them the ability to see things. They are, in many ways, I don't know if you have an analog, so it's hard to say. They are the most potent of deciders for the Empire, so to speak.
Cultural leaders, maybe?
Sure. I'm not particularly good at describing these sorts of things, so we'll go with that
Oh,
for
you're
now.
fine. Do your best.
For us to bring an oracle here, the oracle could single-handedly overturn our censure. However, the oracles in the Empire have many standards that this town does not uphold, or at least some of its residents.
Such as?
There is significant conflict with the Rabbitkin elsewhere in the Empire. There is a war within the Empire. That Kazaleg was murdered some weeks ago is a result of this, presumably. He was a representative of the Empire. This is why Varys, I presumed that it was a rabbit. I think this ridiculous, but he will make what decisions he will. Valis will struggle this winter. But frankly, it will not end at the winter if we remain censured, and if an oracle comes here, they will not provide the relief that Varys expects. I am looking to understand how interested the UN is in engaging with this world.
And that is a difficult question. Because, specifically the UN, our policy is non-involvement. We are here to make peaceful relations, to meet all of you, understand your struggles, and allow you to live unfettered by what would be much larger struggles beyond that portal.
Indeed.
If, frankly, if we weren't here, there would be a lot more people doing more uncouth things.
And yet, if you weren't here, Valis would be in a more stable situation.
Correct.
Explain to me the goals of your UN. You have superiors. They want to engage with this world and maintain peace.
It's looking at it from two different perspectives. Similar to our discussion last week, the goal of the UN is, yes, maintain peace, remain neutral, ensure that you all are able to continue living the way that you did as much as possible, despite the infractions that we've made in the past. The other half of what we're doing is ensuring that we can keep this as stable as possible to convince the other people on the other side of the portal not to come here. Because if they come here, they're taking everything.
Yes. And you would not struggle in doing so.
No.
Doctor, I was here when your people came across. I understand the power that you wield. As I said, Valis is between two bad options. What is your people's view on the determination of oneself? The will to act alone?
It varies from person to person. We have no single unified view on something like that. Every individual makes their own choices in terms of what they choose to believe.
Yet you stand as the barrier between those on you stand as a barrier against those on your side who would conquer.
Correct.
Would you stand against those on this side that would conquer?
That is a complicated question.
In what way?
We are of two minds in the UN. One says we shouldn't be involved. Us being any sort of deciding factor within it would mean that we are placing ourselves in a situation where, I'm going to be blunt, we would win.
Yes.
There is much disagreement on that idea. Where, because of that guarantee, that we should not be involved at all.
And yet you're here and integrating with our town.
In the majority of the UN's eyes, in fact, I would say everyone's eyes here, we are culturally integrating. We are talking with you all, making sure that we understand your culture and sending information back so that we may better understand you all. What we have not provided is anything related to military. And frankly, there's very low or no chance that that would happen.
Is that something that has been made clear to the Empire?
We have yet to have outstanding relations with the Empire. We have attempted to reach out in some respects, but in terms of any ambassadors, well, you saw what happened to the last one.
Yes, and also, this aside, you received a missive. Your Lord Bart.
We're very aware of that one. Let me start by saying this. He is not a lord.
I'm reasonably confident of that. I get the impression that you don't have lords. We've often approximated you as an empire of sorts, but it's not accurate, is it?
Not entirely. And there are lords, but without that name. There are leaders. There are leaders who respect the authority of other leaders. There are people below those leaders, and then people below those leaders. People who own land. It's all, and even in that respect, it's different depending on where on our side you are. It's quite varied, frankly. Technically, I believe there are some places in our world that there are lords, but it's different. I'm going to be blunt. What would you ask of us?
It's not necessarily that I would be asking anything specific of you as a commitment. But I tire of the Empire. I wish to build around me a space that is safe for those to be. For those who wish to come and find something new, or find themselves anew. That is my goal. The Empire is not conducive to that. The conflict within, there are now 2 emperors. The Khuntans are at war. The elves are falling into disarray. I want Valis to be separate from all of it. I wish for us to be ourselves. And
you wish to become an independent nation.
Nation is a strong word. We have only a few dozen people in the town. Nations are that of cities and thousands. I wish for Valis to be a place separate than the Empire. Perhaps a place that the 2 worlds are closer. A place through which people can come and experience both sides. People from your world or ours. To learn or live. To experience. To exchange culture.
Curious.
I will be very candid with you. What I am proposing is treason and heresy.
There is a possibility. The UN has, in the past, acknowledged independent states when they wish to become sovereign, and ensured that they were given the opportunity to do so. The difficulty here is traditionally we assist. These states that become independent generally have their own way of protecting themselves from whichever force they are becoming independent from. From what I've been able to gather, and what we know of the Empire so far, if the Empire decided to come here, I don't think that there would be a reasonable chance that you would win.
You are correct. But realistically, at present, if the Empire comes here because we seek their assistance, we will also not win. nor will we survive. I am in a situation where I have few options, and they are all bad. I am putting myself forward here, with the full expectation that it may result in my death.
It won't be from our side.
Not from yours.
But do you believe that everyone from the town would agree?
I believe that many will.
And those who don't?
They can choose to stay and be dissatisfied. There are many unanswered questions. Leadership, for example. I considered a council of 3. 2 from our world and 1 from yours. Your interests are important. You are part of this place now. Or at least I believe you should be. If you wish to provide your aid, if you wish to be among us, your interests have a place here. There is realistically no way that anyone can exert control over your base. That would remain your own. I don't think anyone's going to have any real understanding elsewhere, or otherwise. But within the town,
you are correct with your assertion.
And I don't presume to invade your autonomy in your home. In the same way that I suspect if your people broke our laws, you would... Well, perhaps I don't know. Are you beholden to our laws while here?
According to me and the leadership that is here, yes, the people of the UN are beholden to your laws. But in the same way, we have to enforce your laws on our people.
Are we beholden to your laws?
That's an interesting question.
Yes, I suspect your answer is that you don't intend to interfere when it's not necessary, but that you will if it is egregious.
It becomes a question of morality, less so a question of law. Much of the UN lives under that idea of doing the right thing, not doing what is strictly written down. We don't intend to push our beliefs or ideologies, because part of being from the UN is that I don't think there's a single thing that everybody on our base would agree on entirely.
This is because you are many
we
people.
Are all from different places.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. We might have a unified vision. While we may have a unified vision, it doesn't quite mean that we are all the same. I'm conflicted. Obviously, what I will do is I will present this information to the people who I report to, and we will have further discussions on it. I cannot make a choice on this. Frankly, do you fully understand the implication of what you're proposing?
In what context? Realistically, almost certainly not.
Making this decision will impact global news to billions of people from my other world, from our world. While there is not many people here from the UN, and the town of Valis is relatively small. The eyes that are on this place are great and extremely judgmental. A proposal like this would be not quite unprecedented, because there's a similar group that's pushing for this already, but extremely controversial. To describe it in more abstract terms, a group that came here to seek neutrality, then attempting to impose themselves on this place would be... Many people would disagree with it.
You wouldn't be imposing yourself. You would be joining us as friends. And
It's all
then...
the same, unfortunately.
Then make no commitment of any military involvement. In fact, if you wish it, specifically that you will not. Realistically, we need to get through the winter. We'll do all right, but it will be very hard. Maybe we won't be all right, I don't know. If we are to be overrun by the Empire, then that's our problem. But that's already the decision that we face. It's not a new dilemma that you would be putting us into.
Humanitarian aid is one of the core principles within the UN. If you all require food to be able to survive the winter, we would be able to attempt to provide that. It wouldn't be delicious food, I'll be frank with you, but it would be food. I doubt very many people would disagree with that. Anything beyond that, especially concerning military, is a much longer conversation.
Of course. I have made this relatively known amongst the people here, that I am pursuing this. Hello, Roshida.
Sorry, Sienna. Someone mentioned something about a spruce spear they wanted to try that was up here.
A what?
A tiefling woman mentioned some sort of thermos that might be up here that had something for people to try.
What?
That you would know about. I don't know, that's why I asked. It seemed like they had talked to you before, but maybe that's not the case.
Who is it? Is it, Margarita?
No. She looked like a tiefling, I think.
A tiefling.
Very fancy clothes and...
If you need to
tall
step
horns.
outside for a moment to talk about your business, please.
I have no idea what's being discussed.
I can figure it out. Sorry.
Of course, thank you.
She's quite the nervous one, isn't she?
She is finding herself. She is what I hope
Aren't
to
we
make a
all?
place for.
I understand. Humanitarian aid, in terms of food, medical supplies, maybe even labor. We can provide that. It is what the UN is made for. Weapons, guns, military efforts would require a lot more.
What would it require of us?
It's not as much as what it requires from you. It's more of how we would need to convince the people on the other side. Our intent, our original purpose as the UN, even back on Earth, isn't exactly to come around and start waving guns. It's to provide peace. To allow for peace and for nations that would otherwise be struggling for whatever reason to stabilize. There is, I believe, some precedent of the UN providing military aid, but that is few and far between. It's more, if you were all being raided by bandits, we would assist with that. An entire foreign nation? That's another story.
My only hope is that the Empire could be dissuaded by turning over those few who have wronged them.
You wish to hand over the Rabbitkin?
No. The Rabbitkin aren't arranging this deal. As I said...
You're going to have to be more specific with me.
As I said, what I'm discussing with you here is treason. There are likely those in Valis that may try to kill me over it. I don't know. I wish to keep those who are mine under my protection safe. I wish to keep Valis safe. I don't believe the Empire will provide that anymore.
I will need to discuss it with my further-ups.
Of course.
I think there is some space here where we might be able to help.
Of course.
But I think the word there is some. I suppose this is coming from an outside perspective, so take it with a grain of salt. And the best thing that you can do is, well, hide the things that don't look good and pass the inspection.
By your people or ours?
By, I believe you called them the Oracle. It might not lead to your immediate goal of becoming independent, but what it will do is provide you short-term safety. We can continue to talk about this independence state, the statehood, or whatever you wish to designate yourself. And that can be a conversation for a very long time, as it normally is. But for the sake of your people, and making sure that the Empire isn't breathing down your necks, pass that inspection.
Not sure that we can.
How so?
Are you familiar with our magics?
I was very recently introduced to it.
There is the greater magic, that of the oracles, and the lesser magics. The lesser magics are not to be practiced. Those who revolt against the Empire are not to be tolerated. The Rabbitkin here, I suspect that at least some would be eliminated should an inquisition occur. And we have here practitioners. I am not entirely certain as to what would happen, but I believe that if the oracles come here, they will destroy Valis.
On what grounds?
Heresy?
On what grounds?
Well, for starters, that I'm speaking of this to you.
I don't remember having this conversation. Do you?
The oracles observe that which is not spoken. They see things as they will be.
You're gonna have to be less esoteric with me. This is a new concept.
You have your boxes with information.
Sure.
And you can call upon them for any information you desire.
More or less.
That is greater magics. It's not quite a
Give me an example. I'll do a classic experiment that we used to do. Explain it about this. Give an example related to this item. I believe this is an apple of some sort.
The oracles foretold that your realm would be a danger, and so you were attacked.
I think I see it. Sure. How far forward is it?
These are questions that I do not have proper answers to. But how far does it need to be?
Not very.
As I said, if an oracle comes here, I suspect that may be the end of that.
So one thing that we can minimally do, if the oracles are coming here, well, if this petition goes through and an oracle comes, well, wouldn't the oracle just already know that the petition was completed?
I don't understand. They don't know all things, certainly. They can't. Or I would already be dead. And probably you.
Probably.
Perhaps not. Why an attack? Your retribution was like nothing we've seen. I don't understand all of what they are. I don't believe in their destiny. Not entirely. But there is no doubt that they wield great power here and in the Empire. That is a truth that I cannot deny. Nor anyone.
It's interesting. Oh, I was not clear of mind when I had that conversation. But one of the elven-looking fellows claimed that he used to be an oracle. I suppose I didn't understand the implication of that at the time. But do you know what was weird? He said that it didn't work. Maybe you should talk to him about it.
Who?
The elf with the red robes.
Pain.
Yes. I struggle with pronouncing his name, so I have to describe him like that.
Are you positive this is what he said?
Like I said, he was talking about a topic that I didn't fully grasp, and I was having a wonderful evening.
Then I'll take the risk. Hello.
Hey. I don't know if our cards up again yet or not. I'm assuming so.
I figure.
Um, we closed up downstairs. Everyone was pretty much gone.
Of course.
Also figured out what was going on with that drink.
Yes, what?
It might be something good for trading soon. There's a thermos of it in on the table downstairs. It's sweet. They call it spruce beer. It's bubbly.
Spruce beer.
It made my head tingle.
Oh. All right.
It's kind of maybe citrus, something like that. I don't know the exacts, but people seem to like it, so it might be part of maybe a good thing to trade.
Ah, I see.
Miko
product
was
for
the one
that.
who got it from somebody, so she would know best.
Ah, all right. I'll speak to her then. Yes, I hadn't been told anything. I don't think perhaps I've forgotten. There's been a lot on my mind.
Lots happened today.
Yeah.
Everybody doing okay?
So far. It seems as though Dr. Anders believes that the UN will be willing to at least provide the supplies needed to survive the winter, regardless of what happens.
That's good. I guess you trust that judgment.
I don't know.
Are you expecting to talk to everyone after the individual talks?
What?
Do you want to talk to everyone as a whole afterwards? Lotea kind of had the assumption.
Oh, honestly, I'm not sure. Depends on the exact discussions, but...
Okay. Right. I'll let you get back to your talk.
So where were we?
The discussion of
Hello,
the
everyone.
oracles.
We don't wish to keep you any longer. Cards,
Yes.
cards are back up. So you may resume
I,
roleplay.
frankly, am in the dark here, other than in name. It might be pertinent to have discussions.
Yes.
With people who you think are at least relatively safe to have discussions with about this. But there's a saying from where we're from, which is a drunk man speaks the truest, and that's what he said.
I suppose it is a question of which gamble is worse.
If you would like, instead of you taking that gamble, I could take it.
I'm not going to place others there. If what I am doing is folly, I wish it to be viewed as mine alone.
I think this is more simple than you think. Information about these oracles.
Yes.
If it is a contentious topic that would be otherwise taboo to talk about from someone who is on the inside and who understands it, it may be simple for one of us to innocently ask questions about it.
It's not particularly a problem. I have no reason to believe that he is one. Thus, rather, it would not be a problem. There is not particular danger in the talk, unless it is not true that he was thusly involved. But even then, it doesn't actually matter that much. I've made my position well enough known at this point.
Fair.
I'll speak with him. I would rather that none of you involve yourselves, should your side decide that the mad ramblings of a single slime are simply that.
According to our policy, that's what we'd be doing anyway.
I suppose.
It is quite convenient that that's an assumed default. But... Neutrality.
The trouble is, there's no such thing. The trouble is, to the Empire,
I'm aware.
We are already yours. Would you not think so?
Inaction is actually action.
Mm.
No. Well, I mean...
those of your world.
I wouldn't disagree with their perspective, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. I'm sorry, say that again.
You are providing us with supplies. You've offered your assistance in the way of food. You've offered us trade, technology.
Mm-hmm.
As far as our wider world is concerned, our peoples are already intertwined, I'm sure. I don't know if your world would view it the same.
Intertwined, yes. Owned by, no.
Is it not the same?
No.
You are an empire.
In fact...
But think of it, though. You would need to say nothing but the word, and Valis would be entirely under your control. This is a practical reality.
From your perspective, yes. But
Of
from our
course.
perspective, it would be many, 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 many layers of bureaucracy.
Certainly. But your word would be enough, no?
Mine? No.
Not in as such, but whoever at your base commands the highest rank. You are a military almost? This is...
No. It's... The UN is a very strange structure compared to traditional militaries or even militaries from our world. While we do have force here, and it exists, we are to use it as a last resort only, and that's been our policy for a very long time, even before the portal opened. It is one of the reasons why we were approved to come here at all, is because it was assumed and known within our own organization and structures that neutrality was required, force would be minimal to none, and our efforts would be to help, not to overtake. There is historical precedence for the overtaking of other countries by stronger foreign powers from our world, and that is a very, very contentious topic.
This is why things stopped after the initial conflict here.
Correct. There were humanitarian needs that needed to be acknowledged. And why?
I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's, it's a word used meaning... What would be the best way to describe it? There were people who were actively suffering. And we wished to prevent that.
And yet the better part of a year passed before you came down from the hill.
It was a better part of 2 weeks before we stopped the invasion. That was the humanitarian need. 6 months was the bureaucracy.
Ah, I see. Strange that you move both quickly and slowly, then.
In times of crisis, we tend to move fast. In times of peace or contention, we move slow. That's how it is. If we have time to talk about it, we talk about it. If we don't have time to talk about it, people move.
I should let you go. I've kept you here plenty long enough, and you've answered more than enough of my questions. I've made my position clear.
This is my job. It's I'm very well aware of it. Hopefully I can give some insight. That
if nothing else, knowing that we will at least be all right for the winter is very fortunate news. Or at least
I guarantee that I can make you. I guarantee that I can personally make you, and I will make you now. No one in this village will starve.
Thank you.
As long as we are here, no one in this village will starve. Of all the things that we talked today, that is one I can actually guarantee.
Your aid, it's to give to those that need it.
Correct.
I agree with this philosophy.
I mean, that's why we're all here. The main problem is there's a lot of people on the other side who aren't UN who disagree with that philosophy. So
There's a whole world here which wars with itself.
we are
Things
much
the
in the
same
same
everywhere.
More things are different, the more they're the same. But yes, how about this? If I may ask something of you today.
Of course.
I would like some tea.
Certainly. Do you have a particular flavor that you enjoy?
That is what I was going to inquire from you. What would you recommend?
Well, this is a green tea that was given to me by a friend.
Oh, that's wonderful. I've learned in my travels is when it's food or drink with a story, it tastes better than anything that you could possibly buy.
Indeed. One day I'll get more, I'm sure, but for now I bring it out from time to time when I wish to remember or when there are special occasions. Right.
Oh, I suppose you could give me some more perspective on something.
Of course.
I accidentally called a bear, one of the citizens here's tails small. Is that rude?
Small tail being rude?
Hmm.
If I were to comment on your height, is that rude?
It would be a fact, but... yes. Yes, it would be. To health?
To health.
Oh, it's beautiful. What are those undertones?
I haven't the slightest.
I suppose that's the
If I knew how
uniqueness
to
of
make
it.
the blend, I wouldn't have such a limited supply.
I suppose. Certainly makes it simple.
Indeed.
Oh my goodness, it's already dark. Are you serious?
My entire day gone.
Oh,
You'd have
it's
other
not
errands
quite
to
dark.
run.
It's sunset.
What's out in the wider world for you?
Well, this was supposed to be my day off, and I'd say it's somewhat relaxing. I don't know. I tend to not have time to watch the sunset. I quite enjoy it. Maybe I should do that. Who knows? Maybe I'll find the oh goodness, what's his name? The man with the antlers and the green tunic.
I've actually forgotten his name myself, if I knew it.
Well, either way, his pipe tends to have wonderful things within it, so that tends to be a good way to relax.
Really? Interesting.
It's true. It's I suppose it's a different culture than the main cultures from my world, but sharing a pipe like that is very culturally significant to many of the places that I'm from. It means that you are safe around someone.
Interesting. What's it like? A pipe.
I mean, itself, it is cold and directed, but what it represents is much more than that. It's warmth, safety, and interconnectedness with not just the people around you, but with nature itself, the environment that you're in.
I mean, practically speaking, I don't have lungs.
Oh. Ah, I see. I suppose it would be similar to a bubble forming inside of you.
I mean, I could make
but
something approximating it from what I've seen of, I don't really understand why I would. I barely understand why. Realistically, if it weren't for the fact that we mimic all of you, mostly, I wouldn't bother with lots of things. We don't need to bother with mouths.
Oh, that is useful. Wait, does that mean like you could like dip your hair into it and like drink it that way?
Yes. Though
That'd be very funny.
This is one of those things that becomes slightly awkward, wherein my hair is as much as me as the rest of me.
Sure.
I could take that which is currently my hair and make it, well, a bracelet.
I'm familiar with the concept.
Mm-hmm. So yes, I could just as easily have shoved it into into my stomach and done that way.
In many of the classical representations of what a slime would be from our world, that's somewhat common.
You have slimes?
But then again, they were considered to be mythological creatures, something that is thought up from imagination, not a real thing. Well, frankly, just about every single person in Valis would have been a mythological creature.
You're all humans, it's quite strange.
Yeah. It's strange, even though we're all just humans from where we're from. Our cultures are just as diverse as there are species here. It's quite annoying, actually, in some ways. But it's it ends up into a wonderful collage of different cultures and ideas.
I suppose so.
I quite enjoy it. It's part of the reasons why I study it, but
getting to meet the varying people is why I own a cafe and tavern.
Oh, I would if I could. I've been on my own little path my entire life of just studying. It's what I'm good at, but it's yeah.
Slimes mimic those around us. It's useful to have a lot of templates.
Ah. Oh. I suppose it would be.
I like
stories. Do you ever... One of the things that people from my world value a lot is individuality. Being different.
Mm-hmm.
If all you do is mimic the people around you, how would you be unique?
I'm still myself. Aren't we all made up of little bits and pieces of the people around us?
Ah, wonderful perspective. Yes. Yes, we are.
I have elf ears.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you do.
They're taken from a
Should we be
friend.
opening up the tavern?
What?
Oh, it's really just you and me right now.
Oh.
Um,
I should really
opening the
go do my
tavern.
job.
Oh,
Thank you so much for talking.
I'm sorry. I've taken too much of your
No.
time. Yes. I take too much. If people start getting me on philosophy, I talk for hours. No. It's my fault.
Give us a minute.
Thank you so much for the wonderful tea.
Of
It was
course.
fantastic.
I'd love to talk with you anytime. Have a good night.
Of course. Good night.
Well,
When we're having a conversation? Yeah? You know when we saw
something
the
happened.
white haired one up on the hill and she ran off?
Sorry. Someone got stabbed.
What?
What?
Looking for someone up here. Sorry. All right, there's nobody up here. Never mind.
What do you need?
Yes?
I to open up the tavern, but yes, at least one of the UN people got stabbed.
Who's Mr. Wolfgang?
We need to get out of the
one
stairwell.
With the tools on his head?
Yes.
I'm gonna kill
Gee.
them.
Are you okay?
I'm gonna kill them.
Does anyone know what happened? Who it was?
They say that he didn't see who stabbed him. Nobody knows yet. They're looking. The mayor just said to stay safe, and if anyone saw anything, to tell her or the captain.
Okay.
I have stuff.
All of this. No, I don't.
Hi.
Hello.
Any UN people here? Any outworlders?
No, I mean, some are just outside.
I'm supposed to meet one here.
Who?
I'm gonna keep looking. Thank you.
Which?
We just opened up.
The boss lady. Major.
Oh, right. She was going to. She has a gathering of the Rabbitkin. Yes. Yes. I haven't seen her, but I knew she was supposed to be coming.
Okay. Well, we're here in town. So
Okay.
we're ready
Yes.
whenever she is.
Okay. You're all more than welcome to wait here if you'd like. Their major wanted to gather. I don't understand necessarily what the deal is, but yes.
Do we?
And if you
But
needed,
I will be outside.
Yeah. Right. Of course.
Okay. Thank you. The major hasn't showed up yet, but
A strange day.
they are here.
That's not the word I would use.
How is yours?
It was. That's a really good question. How? It was worrisome, and then it was busy, and then it was not busy, and then it was extra busy. And then I was going to relax a bit, and then I walked back and heard about stabbing, so.
If you'd rather go on a walk or be elsewhere, I'm certain that I can handle it tonight. I've more than imposed upon all of you all day long. Not that you're not more than
I
welcome
know,
to be here,
probably
of
doesn't-
course.
It's more, I'm not sure if I want to go walking around when there's a stabber.
That's fair.
Not that it.
Yes. Good evening.
We would like drinks. We should do
What?
it.
Okay.
We should get drinks.
Yeah, we should. Can we get one for Nor too? I'll bring it to her.
Yeah, let's get 4 drinks.
4 drinks. Anything in particular? Wine, ale?
Ale.
Ale. 4 ales.
I have some. Taylor here. What a beautiful name for a call. I know.
My apologies. Recent events, I'm sorry if I made you wait.
Here are one for each of
It's
you.
fine. We're just getting
And-
drinks.
Or I suppose all
How
four.
much?
Where's my pricing? I've forgotten.
We were gonna take.
It doesn't.
Drinks outside if you wanted.
Yes.
Yes. Were you looking for
Just here.
I assume meeting is off.
Keep the change.
We can have it.
I'll give it back in the morning.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Better have it now than rather later.
I'm curious as to the topic of their meeting. Hello.
Hello.
What can we do for you?
Literally anything.
I assume that means alcohol.
Sounds about right.
Literally anything.
All right.
I just need something.
What's going on with you today?
Well, I was having a nice day until about like 30 minutes ago.
That when the stabbing happened?
Yeah.
Meat.
Just to be clear, you guys didn't hear any weird rumors about somebody who did it, right? Did you?
I have honestly been in my apartment for almost the entire day talking with a rotating door of people.
Yeah, I feel that honestly. I really do. Trust me. Goodness. But, I just wanted to make sure because apparently Lara heard from somebody that Rena did it, and I know for a fact she didn't. But so I just wanted to make sure that you guys didn't hear anything like that because that's just completely incorrect.
You were with her then, I take it?
I saw her rushing into help at the scene at the same time I was being called into help at the scene.
Got it. Well, all right. For what it's worth. On the topic of the censure.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to the UN on several topics today. Dr. Andrews said that she could certainly commit that supplies enough to not starve this winter could be provided.
Really now?
Yes.
Well, that would be nice. Especially considering, what some people think the ideal way of going about it is.
Which is?
Did you read the newspaper?
Yes.
I think that's just a really stupid idea, personally.
Hello.
Apologies.
No, you're
But
more
I'm
than
not gonna,
kind.
stamp around and tell them they can't do something if they all want to do it.
I would be more than interested to hear your
possible
take.
to get upstairs for a private little arrangement with one of our blue hat friends. A discussion. The cafe.
All the rabbits? Go ahead.
Is it that blue hat friend?
Yes.
Is this the major? I
Is
told
the
the major
major?
that I would. Yeah, go on ahead. Go on up.
Much appreciated, as always.
Yes, I told the major I'd give her a place for her meeting. She can totally go upstairs. I'm curious as to what's going on. Maybe we should go eavesdrop.
She's taking this very seriously. Obviously, naturally.
What?
I'm also taking it seriously for an entirely different reason, because I know he's fine already.
Stabbing, you mean?
What was that? Sorry.
The stabbing? Who's she in this scenario? You said she's taking it quite seriously.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, goodness. I was having issues hearing you for a second there.
Ah, okay.
Am I the only one? Are you just like
What?
having issues, or am I the one having issues? I can't tell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Oh no!
Let me quickly just let me just walk inside and outside and see what happens.
Hear me?
I can hear like half of the things you are
Hello?
saying.
Oh.
Huh.
That's worrisome.
I'm not entirely certain what to do in this sort of situation. Do you want to try walking out and in?
No, I think this is a me issue, not a thing issue.
Okay. Right. Well, that's troublesome.
Anyways, you said you're interested in hearing my opinion on things. We can
Yes.
totally arrange that at a time where I can hear you better.
Probably a good idea.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
How can we help
You'll see
you?
my face splashed with coffee.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yeah, just. Do you have a rag?
Here. A towel.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thanks.
How much do I owe for this, by the way?
That's fine. Don't worry about it. You've had a
bit of
day, clearly.
What is the strongest thing you have?
I think the spiced wine, perhaps? I'm not sure.
That sounds about right.
Okay. Oh, hi. Are you doing okay?
Oh, you're taking big swigs.
I hate this.
What?
Oh.
Oh, can
What?
she's having trouble hearing people.
I am having
Oh.
major issues right now, and I don't know why. I hear about a half of
how much is
everything
it,
you're
sir?
saying right now.
Do you have our currency?
Oh. That's a
12 Taylor.
That's
I have a little bit of it.
shame.
Alright. If you don't, then we'll
Maybe
write
if
it
I
down. We're still working on the
draw it out
arrangement with the
or-
UN on the pricing.
I think I might need to,
Just take this for now. It's just a little bit.
you know.
Your ear.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
there's the man himself.
I think I might need to try leaving for a bit and maybe coming back.
Right.
Hello.
Yes, that seems to be helping others.
I'm gonna see if they need
Having
anything
someone
upstairs,
I'm going to
Roshida. I'll be
try.
down in just a moment.
All right.
I will not tolerate any further any potential breach of our defenses or abuse of our generosity on base.
I'm sorry, these all sound like accusations? Am I missing something?
They came from witness reports as far as matching descriptions. We sent an
See,
entire team
this
last
mentality
week to fight 2 people. Which
This
is why
sounds
I'm
like
trying
a
to
you
approach you
issue.
peacefully.
What's that have to do with anyone at this table?
The people that were either named or described match the description.
So you've rounded
And
up
I'm
every
trying to
rabbit?
at least come to this. Not every rabbit.
All but one, then.
Harry, as far as the little one, the little one is fine. There's nothing against them. Again, I come to this. I'm not trying to start anything. I am merely trying to voice my concern as the commander of the base.
Well, I'm sure you can all handle yourselves, but whenever you're ready for her to leave, just let her know.
Now, going forward.
Excuse me, sorry. No.
It's a bit chunky at this time.
Everything okay?
Their major has apparently gathered the rabbitkin to accuse them of something. Because of course they have.
Definitely one of those days.
You know, they'd call for my head if they did it without any.
This town was so much more peaceful once. So much less complicated.
I'm the ambassador, put our best men. I don't know what else to.
But can he see the invisible?
You just can't run away from everything forever.
No. No, I suppose not.
Sounds grand.
Not a comfortable position to be in, I can tell you that.
Oh dear, my dear, I've never seen someone try it that way.
What?
I put their balls in a vise. If we don't have.
What was it like here?
Before?
Back before all this?
Oh dear. You know what? I think I'm gonna get a drink for myself. Do you have anything? Do you have anything that I could imbibe, alcoholic wise, that will actually do anything?
To describe some of the turns of phrase they have right here.
I'm a bit young, so I don't know if that's available here or not.
Well, the strongest thing would be the spiced wine, but
Sounds lovely. I think I'll take one, if that's all right.
Sure.
too feeling recently.
What?
I was just wondering. I've never seen I've never seen us working together before, like you two do. And I was just wondering, are you feeling well, dears?
That's.
Any
It's a hard
problems?
question to answer with everything going on, but nothing really like you mean.
Here is a tallow, or how much ever needed.
I've had it up to here with you. Put him up.
Our troubles are not related
I just
to.
wanted to check on you.
Well, the troubles we face are not related to the proximity to each other.
Sure, and you'll always stay losing because I'm always staying winning.
Understood. We are in a very odd
Fucking dare you be a
predicament.
shyster! I'll fucking end you! Come here, you piece of shit!
No, don't. Peter.
Sorry, I won't do anything you don't want.
Thank you, dear. You had me scared out of my wits.
Cheers. I understand. I felt your soul as I left. I was like, oh, I can't do this later.
You both are in good health, and that
astral projecting out of my
you're
own
staying
grave in
all
the
right.
future.
And just be safe because there might be someone dangerous about.
Ambassador.
So don't
from the
be
grave
going
there.
off into the darkness alone,
We're
okay?
interrupting their dinner and show. We should probably leave them to that.
No, I think we'll be staying in.
Right.
That we have to do, and I have a
You
meeting
stay
to
safe
attend.
as well.
Alright, you go ahead and show.
Everyone
really
should.
should.
Thank you, my dear.
Pardon.
Enjoy your wine.
Yes. Please be safe.
Thank you, dears.
Always so odd to talk to the others' minds.
Miss- It was quieter then than it is now. Well, in some ways at least. There was less change. But
Yes.
there were plenty of friends who came by to share tea or drinks,
Yes.
tell stories, travelers coming through. We had a musician for a while. We had a few instruments. He'd pass through every couple of weeks. Stay for a couple of days.
Don't know.
I wonder if I've ever met them.
I'll have to ask.
Maybe. Name was Mikhail.
This doesn't do anything. I wish I could know what it feels
He hasn't been back, but... Well, perhaps maybe. Join him in a song.
Even the spiced wine.
That'd be nice.
I always liked the market, personally. It's always interesting to see what's going on in the bustle.
Good luck.
But a lot of the time, I was simply here. I was alone.
We still have the. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I didn't realize. Do we still have the 7-Up with a kick?
The what?
Should be upstairs.
Still
But
up
they're
there?
using it for a meeting.
Go
So
on.
take it down. Sorry, I forgot.
Go on. Their meeting is not important. Their meeting is a witch hunt against the rabbitkin.
Ah, that's great. So,
I would rather them do it here than outside if there's someone running around with a knife, but it doesn't mean I have to be happy about it.
Thanks so much.
You are the first person I've
Yes,
had here helping me in a long time.
Really? Sorry, I wasn't much help at first.
Is Miss
Is
is Madame Renge around here? The mayor?
The mayor, no, she was having some trouble earlier and may have gone home for a little while. What's going on?
Oh dear. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
It's nothing important, or it's just Makla went on a hunt and he needs help getting the dire bear carcass back up here into town.
Hello, I'm about to drink
Oh.
7-Up with a kick, and
I
I don't know
see.
what that does to me.
Okay, I'll ask others. It's fine.
Yeah. Maybe Varys?
That seems big, but I don't carry him. I'm not quite sure I could carry a dire bear.
No. I suspect not even if the both of us work together.
So, completely alternate random question. There's a group having a meeting upstairs?
Yes.
Could I leave something for them?
Sure?
Gurgly feeling.
Yeah, we need help bringing the pieces of bear back
Drops
up.
4 large Ziploc baggies of cereal.
Somehow.
Oh.
For Celine?
Building up inside of you.
For
But
Celine.
I don't want to disturb the meeting, and I
Got
gotta
it.
go.
Are you okay?
We'll get it to her.
Okay.
Thank you.
You feel
Sure.
this bubble that has formed to start migrating its way up through your body.
Give him back here for now.
What is
Yeah.
the portion of your body that looks like a neck?
I suspect perhaps they're for Seneva.
No way to stop it.
But,
It comes out your mouth.
No, man.
You let out
Mac,
for the first time ever
Oh.
the loudest.
Hi, Maglo.
Well, you wouldn't know it to be a burp, but it is a burp.
Well,
A good 9 out of 10.
Did you?
Good amount of bass. Good length.
what?
Help me out, Smokey.
Oh, it seemed like you wanted to say something to him.
Just going to tell him that the mayor wasn't likely to be found, but I'm sure he'll figure that out. And to be honest, I'm not sure he'd believe me if I told him. He'd probably just go, Mayor lied, and then wander out.
Because it's really dark, so I just okay.
Maybe. I don't think he's that
It's
bad.
dark for us. It's
No.
nighttime. Good job. We don't all have night vision.
No, you're not wrong.
Bubble coming up through your body, mixing things as it came up. The booze in the drink are definitely hitting you a lot faster than booze normally would. You are definitely tipsy now.
Have a pleasant evening, though. They take a little bowl and let the tops dance.
Look
around
after
together and
Rue,
see which
please.
one-
I was hoping it would be a quiet night and I might be able to learn some more music.
I have something for you.
What was that?
In her hand, you will see a brilliant, a white, rose-like flower.
From inside.
It is not cut at the stem. It is still intact.
Oh, it kicks your
This is for you.
Yeah.
It is an eternal.
How are things for you today, Sienna? I haven't seen much of you since you
They are
called away with quite a bit.
They're called an eternal rose.
To be honest, until
Among the
we
elves, they are
opened the
known
tavern, I
for
had spent
giving-
almost the entire day at home
giving
in my
them to
apartment,
those
talking to
of
the
family.
revolving door of people.
I'm going to take a walk.
It has been
Very
They're
much.
known
I'm
for
sorry that
their rarity,
you of all
but
individuals,
also to promote
are
youthfulness
subjected to such things. You would think that they would be
and
more
longevity.
Captain Varus's thing.
no, it was my choice.
They are
I am
a very special flower.
You've seen what Varus is planning.
Mana. Alright, dearies. I think here.
I wish to give one to you.
Do you support him?
Of course.
Problem. Yeah.
I see.
Unfortunately, I
And if you
have
need help
to
taking care of
quickly.
it, I am willing to help come by and be with
Why?
that.
Were we to
I'm supposed to need to learn.
were we to not play along in the game of
I will be
chance,
happy to
I
teach
know all
you.
too well what could happen.
A small pot of soil. Be perfectly fine.
And what do you
Sorry
believe
for
that to
being
be?
away so long, my dears. I seem
Hello,
to
Miko.
have lost track of time with
Given how close we are to the door
one of the outsiders had very much a desire to chat, and it seemed that the both of us lost so much track
we
of
need
time
support from
afterwards.
somewhere.
I hope nobody
Autumn has
was
already fallen to its own
missing
rebellion.
me too heavily.
Oh,
Just mostly glad you're okay.
But I'd rather much not rely
Did you
on
hear the news?
Well,
the outsiders. Not because I do not trust them, but more that,
I may
given
have,
how
but
things
just to
are
make sure
changing
what
in the world
happened.
itself, we do not
Hello,
know
Ducky.
how long that gateway might stay open.
One of the
For all
Is this a tavern?
It is.
I don't know who did it.
Oh,
They're going to be okay from what I
Bide
heard,
it.
but
Did you need something?
Bide, is it the same person who's responsible for what happened a few weeks ago?
nobody knows.
What can we get
Can
for
I
Nobody's
rent
told.
a room?
Last
Certainly.
I heard, nobody knew.
Would you like simply a bed or
Is
a
that
room
person
proper?
alright?
I was supposed to keep in.
Oh, bed is enough.
From what I heard, they're
They are.
getting
Bed is enough.
treatment. They should be okay.
Do you have our currency?
Yes.
Or are you still without?
Mayor just said to
Not
keep
yet,
an eye
but
on.
I will grab it from the base next tomorrow.
for you too.
and bring
It's-
it.
There's someone left.
It's perfectly all right. We're still working out how to have an arrangement.
Someone.
But you can open a tab for me, and I will pay all of it.
We have something for them.
We're still working it out with
One of the,
your
UN
people. Here,
left.
a key. The door is just below, on the ground floor. You can pick whichever bed, and there's a chest if you need to put any possessions in it. The key will work for both.
Of course.
All right, I will stroll around a bit, and then I will come back.
Of course, whenever you'd like.
Hello, everyone. We're going to be running for an extra 30 minutes. That means roleplay will continue for
Sienna,
1 hour
Did you get a chance to try
and end
the,
1 hour from now.
that brew that I had brought up the sample from
If you like, I can help you pot it right now.
Sahana?
if you-
I had not,
They
no.
asked that.
Sure, it's probably a good idea.
Let me ask real quick.
Sahana.
Zena, where did you leave the
Hello.
that thermos of
Sienna, do we have like a spare pot that we can use?
Alcohol?
A small one.
A drink.
What?
Mm.
What for? What are you looking for?
Ale, mead.
Well, something to plant the flower that she is holding.
Oh,
You would see it's a white rose.
I would like a
I think there might be some in the back there.
wine.
From the smaller kegs,
Any other
perhaps?
kind?
So-
The strongest
We could use one of
spice
those.
wine. It's not real Taylor. So I never
Not the
was-
strongest.
Sahana had brought by this. They called it a thermos, but there was of a brew that they had produced. They had come by asking for a bit of the starter that we use for the bread to help produce it, and in exchange, they would bring a sample of what they made with it, as they were potentially interested, if we liked it, to provide it to the Crystal Heart to add to their inventory.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting brew, admittedly. One that I've never quite tasted before.
Meet you upstairs.
And so far, from those who have tried it, they have found it quite intriguing. But you are the owner, I very much want to ensure that you got a chance to try it to see if it would be something of interest that I could convey to Sahana, that perhaps they might have the ability to strike a deal here.
Yes,
if you
we
would
have.
like to try it.
We have something. Shihana, who is this? Is this one of the UN members?
No, it is one of the ones live here. One who's I do not know the best way to describe it, but the colorful horns, recently wearing these things that they called aviators.
I don't know what that is, but I do know the one that you're speaking of. Yes. I'm certainly welcome to...
Those weird things. But yes, this right here, they described it as something they made with, flavored with sugar, citrus fruits, and spruce bark. But the most interesting thing is the outsiders apparently had tried it as well, and they seemed to have a word that was most interesting to describe it. It's a strong brew, but the way that the outsiders described it was something akin to 7-Up, but with a kick.
Yes, I had heard.
It's very intriguing.
Up?
Why do they
I
have
don't know what
numbers
that
in there?
means,
It doesn't
but-
matter.
But it is definitely something of a pretty, it is a fairly strong, but the flavors are not too overpowering.
No, it's...
So? Did you need something?
Why does it tingle?
Well, I was curious to see what would happen.
The bubbles inside of it, I believe.
I was going to say,
Oh.
it seems to have a bit of a.
Did
There
you try
seems
the
to be a bit
7-Up
of
with the kick
bubbles
yet?
to the brew.
Yes,
they're trying
it
it right
seems
now.
that there is something that they had mentioned when I was.
I tried it earlier. The bubbles or something.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's not
I
like
believe it
it's
made
not
the
like the
reporter a
bubbles
bit
of ale.
Something.
It's that's weird.
A bit burpy as well.
That's what I felt, honestly.
Not that
It
loud
was
one.
like being drunk.
You would have to ask
Yeah.
them about how they made it.
I'm.
All I know is that it is a very interesting flavor.
It's not unpleasant. It's just unexpected. Okay.
Different.
Yes, I'm more than happy to offer it, and we can come to some arrangement as to the particulars.
If I'm able to run across them, I'll let them know that it seems the general consensus here is that the staff has generally liked it, and that they would be interested in
need something?
acquiring more for
We're not
Can we get
providing.
2 more bottles of wine?
2 more bottles of wine. Yes.
Don't overdo
I
it.
don't know which of these are.
We never.
That one.
As long as you're not like Koyuki was last week.
I kind of want to see it again.
Indeed.
That would be very
A fox in
amusing.
a box.
Here you go, darling.
Thank you.
With a bit extra.
Did she did get taken home safely after that, though,
Thank
right?
you.
I had departed before.
I
she
put
was
her in a
extracted
room,
from the
and
box.
she woke up and made her way home in the middle of the night.
Alright, let's go see who's in the
Good. That's good.
ambush.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You were saying.
It's fine. All I'm saying is that we don't know where our friends are right now, and we need to make sure not to make enemies of anyone.
And do you think that they're already on our side after Kazalik?
It's not so much that they're already on our side as we've already been branded enemies. And so, if anything, we need to make sure that even if we risk falling under their rule, that we need to at least... No one in this town deserves to be conscribed to war. And I fear that if we do not follow through with this procedure to try and appeal,
Normally.
that when spring comes, we might have to deal with just that.
Tell me. You've been here for at least some time now.
About almost 2 months now, yes.
And you've made an evaluation of the town and its people?
I'd like to think so, yes.
Should an oracle come here, what will be their verdict?
I believe many of them wouldn't understand how to handle it, to be honest. Many
You
people who live here seem to be... I wouldn't say that they would reject it, just more that they seem to be... Well, suffice to say that everyone that I've encountered here hasn't been very offensive.
An interesting position to hold.
I mean, that is what I am, who I am. I have experienced plenty of prejudice through my travel from Autumn. But when I came here, almost no one noted of my white hair or my eyes.
Indeed.
I am not cursed to many people here, as I was so spoken of in other lands. To this effect, I believe that many individuals here would not be outright against whoever should arrive. Though I do know that there are some who are still very vocal of outsiders, and not those, I know, well, I traveled with the Rabbitkin for quite some time. I know their position on the oracles themselves.
And what is that?
That'd be my
in your experience
biggest worry. Much of their faith is, well, quite contrary to what the Empire holds. Which is why in a world they would be the ones that I would worry most about their reaction to an oracle arriving here. How they would react.
There are many. Several of them
the
upstairs.
rest of us who have our own secrets died.
Certainly.
Yes.
We both know. Rashida does not yet.
She's more than trustworthy, if you'd like, but it's your choice.
Rashida, if you would.
Not much of it. No.
Oh, sorry. You sound very far away.
I'm talking quietly, that's why. You asked me just a little bit ago about how long it takes that flower to grow. Normally, it would take a very, very long time, as I'm sure Iceheart here can attest to. Because I've only received them just last week. The question then remains, how are they grown? Is it not?
Turnum rosa. Something that would typically take a full year before it flowers.
Yes. Grown in under a week. Full bloom. There is a reason for that. A reason in my greatest secret. Surely you have wondered how I have produced so much tea. In such little time. Each and every day. And even I know you have seen my garden. And I know that question must be lingering in your mind.
Matilda.
This is my greatest secret.
Would you fear them? They came.
Yes. But not just for me. For all of us. I am but one in this town. And I am afraid for every one of us.
Then where would we find assistance?
Oh wait, are they closed now?
If they are, I will. Oh, hi.
Come on in.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Can I get another bottle? Oh, Yuki drank
Yeah.
all mine.
I need
Oh,
one
dear.
too.
My father has said as much that he would be willing to give us assistance. As much as they can.
Thank you, sir.
Mm.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Take half that and push it back. Here, I can pay for my own drink this time.
Oh, alright.
Alright.
And the doors.
Keep it.
Okay.
Thank you both.
Well,
Thank
the
you.
free cantons alone are not our worry. We are friends amongst them. It is the northern cantons that we have to worry about. They are the ones bent on destroying us.
Are they? Then I must have misread the news.
Unless the canton of Horatio has been changed hands to one that matches the northern philosophy, then we are in very grave trouble. That
All
being
I know
said,
is that we have been put under censure. We are traitors to the Empire according to what Varus has released in the news. Which is what I worry about. We are not traitors to anyone.
Aren't we?
In their eyes, they see us as such.
would
Even
like to
I
think-
am considered one.
The truth of the Empire is the
That's
truth,
right.
is it not? At least to them.
It is. Yeah. To them, their
Which is
truth,
why we have
their...
to play their games. The end,
If we play their
truths and
games,
their ideals are the only ones.
Why would we do that?
if we play their games, if we walk their rules, what will we get? Except enemies from another side. There are clearly those here
Indeed.
who oppose the Empire. They killed Kazaleg. Why wouldn't they kill an Oracle? Would be a great success for them, no?
And would make things even worse.
Valis will not
This is
starve.
why I-
Innocent or guilty.
As much as I wanted to join the peerage with my sister, this is probably why I should never consider it myself. It's overwhelming to think about this from all sides.
Such is the nature of the world.
Think of it
That's
first.
why the Drow don't care about the politics.
I just worry for us.
As do I.
But you're not wrong, you're right. If we were to start playing one side, we have to understand that we would gain enemies with another.
What if we play no side?
To that end, we would need... Do you believe that this town could stand on its own?
would be difficult.
I believe that all people deserve a place to find a new start or find themselves anew. I believe that there are many out there who would seek such a thing, and many who would be willing to fight for it. I think there is no path forward that does not give us enemies powerful enough to be a problem for us. We've been censured. The Empire wishes to see us starve this winter. We won't.
No.
At least, if the word...
As fate would have it.
Go on.
As fate would have it, we have... Oh. Unlikely allies, perhaps. But there are also those out there in our world who are willing to give aid as much as they can. My father is one of them. It won't be much. But it's something.
If their word is to be believed.
And I'm sure there are others.
I received assurances today from Dr. Anders of the UN that they would not see Valis starve. Whether any other aid can be rendered is a longer discussion, and one that would require significantly more discussion amongst ourselves first. They are not our guardians.
My biggest concern.
But they will help.
My biggest concern. It is clear that there are people from them that are from different areas in their world.
What
I
would you
need
like,
a drink here.
A drink?
Aye.
Before you have another.
How much have you had?
Come here.
Oh.
Which house is yours?
It's that one.
The next one down from this one?
Yes.
Okay.
I put the keys in this pouch here. It's at the
Okay.
bottom.
Hopefully we won't have any problems this time.
Oh. I'm
Well,
deeply sorry about last time.
you're perfectly fine. I'm more than
Things got
happy
really
to make sure
stressful
that
and
people have a
but
place.
I should have taken better responsibility for it.
What kind of drink are you looking for?
Something light. I already feel kind of buzzed. I want. Yeah. So, something that won't like crash me.
Ryuki. Might I question you really quick?
Oh.
Out of character, am I supposed to be seeing what I'm seeing behind her?
No. This is a map.
Wanted to make sure.
Map shader bug.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. No worries. That was my question. Thank you.
Yes.
And how are you doing tonight, aside from enjoying the drink?
Things are rough. They're very rough. We had like the accident thing. I don't know what they call it. I mean the attack warning. Varys wants to invite an oracle. Somebody else is ousting themselves.
Ousting
and now I have
themselves?
to tell Yeah. It's gonna be town knowledge because he told all the gossip folk, but Kane used to be an oracle. I guess.
Yes.
Yes. And from what I understand, people finally told me that they saw my ears. Yeah.
You know what? A problem for another day.
Yes, when you were fairly inebriated, they kept popping in.
Like I got. Say what?
When you were inebriated.
Darling. I watched him pop in and out.
Hello, Maclo.
Well, I should probably say.
Going to see if they're still upstairs.
And also avoid stairs.
They're not, I see. Fortunate. Or not. My audio is super fucked.
Where'd cat lady go?
Oh, I'll go find her.
I got that. I was asking if they had any catnip, but they don't have any. So.
Well, maybe that guy has it in his pockets.
If you want to clean up any of the blood.
No, I checked. There weren't any. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry.
I feel like we're gonna have to carry her out again. Oh, probably not.
I cannot understand.
Are you okay, my friend?
People
Talk to me.
get sad when they figure out what Mackle Hunt was mother.
I just want somewhere safe for my children.
What?
It was mother at Cub.
Oh.
Let us ask this. Why did you hunt it?
Macklo provide for festivity. Macklo also won.
I appreciate it.
Claim.
I know.
Prove warrior.
And should the time come,
But you're making use of that which you've taken, yes?
I will take care of them for you.
For town festivities. And Macklo won. Macklo won spear again. Left back home.
I'm very happy to hear that, darling.
Well?
And if I have to, I will take them far from here.
You've taken something that was trying to survive.
And I will raise them. Erin.
Is it a challenge to kill a cub?
With my family.
Macklo not kill a cub. Macklo killed mother. Dire.
Oh.
And what will happen to the cub now?
Probably why they're sad.
I know.
Macklo
I know.
don't think it is business. It no different if one were to eat it in wild.
Come here, dearest friend.
But you're not eating it.
We eat.
Yes. But Macklo, you had a choice. When a wolf eats, it is because it must. When you eat, need it be meat?
I'm just here to get one last checkup.
Need it be something you killed that day?
At most, I'll be gone a night, if not a few days.
Take care. I will watch over them.
Macklo must.
Watch over you.
It is to return the dragon.
Hey.
I'm here to see if Latia is available for a moment. He seems busy.
There is nothing to
I'm sure she can be stolen away if you wait a few moments.
Who'd you say went missing?
Vela.
Bella?
He's in the woods. I don't know where. I might be
That's your
gone for a day or
sister,
two.
right?
Not my sister. I watch her. Because she has no one else anymore. She's in exile, that's why.
Look at Willow, I have to see it.
But she's a dumb little pup still.
I have to be ready.
Maclo,
You know.
why didn't you kill the cub?
It would not be honorable.
Do you know what
Really?
it is I have been trying to think
Why's that?
for the longest time?
Too small. Would not empower.
What do I
Give
say?
strength.
Indeed.
Add pride.
There is lavender in Ren.
Right. But here's the
That
problem,
does not wake
at least for many people. You have left what many would consider a child alone.
that pain. They shouldn't have to do it. No. I know. What's it wrong of us?
You have made a determination that this creature was not worth killing.
No.
But what people are saying is that in the same way that you have decided that the cub should not be killed, they believe that because it was the mother of a child, that the mother shouldn't be killed, because it isn't right to do so.
I would be so lucky.
But why? Clan always do what empowers us, what makes us strong. We rely on strength, another.
Look at the two of us. Neither of us carry a knife at our side. Neither of us are covered in blood. Neither of us use strength to survive.
Find a place to build a beautiful house, and he's going to decorate it. All the variety of flowers you can think of.
So let me ask, if we don't view these things in the way that you do, if we don't need to be strong to survive in the same way that you do, not because we couldn't, but because we don't, then do we think like you?
It is at times like this that I realize just how young I
We
am.
think different then.
Yes.
In reality.
By your judgment, what you have done is fair and right in the world. But those that do not share the ideals of your tribe, they view it as something that you have done that is wrong.
Smile, darling. It better suits you.
But not wrong. Goal is to become dragon again.
There is no right or wrong. This is not something that has a true answer.
Right. It's getting late. I need to head.
There is not correct.
Willow is upset again.
There's just different, different experiences. Sometimes we just don't understand because we can't. Because we didn't live that way.
I'll do my best.
Maclo.
Remind him.
Still different.
We can. We still have time.
Apologies. I don't wish to intrude.
It doesn't mean bad, it just
You're
means
fine.
different.
Tell him of the flower. Tell him how beautiful it is.
I will. He'll be happy to hear.
Thankful to Maclo will
He
go.
loves when I tell him about the flower.
Good night, my dear friend.
Good night, sir. Rashida.
Good night. Be
Hello.
well.
Good night.
So do my best, darling.
Guess I came at a bad time. A lot of people are having a bad night, it seems.
I wish there's more I could do. She deserves so much more.
We all do what we can. Some of us have more to give, some of us less. But it is the desire that is most meaningful. We make the world a better place by building around ourselves a place for others. By caring about those others.
Yeah.
And you do.
You sound like my father. Says the same thing.
We are all working together here. And you are not alone in it.
I know. I know.
These trials will pass.
Thank you.
Always. Always. Captain.
Yes. I'd say it might be a bad day. That's the case. That's the case. If I can, I just need a few provisions, so I'm on the road and I'll be out of your hair. I'll let you know. I only plan to be gone for a few days at most if I don't find her. But we'll see. Thank you. And I hope things get better for, well, whatever happened to her, I guess.
It's entirely sure. But we'll take care of her.
Take care. 100 pounds.
Probatus fuerit aciens coronam vitae ignis divinae sum. O quam sancta, quam serena, quam benigna, quam amoena, o castitas lilium.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's been a long time.
Thank you.
Been honored to be the first to hear it after a while.
He told you. He told you you had a beautiful voice.
I don't know if I can keep it up, but it just felt right.
Thank you, Rashida, for sharing that.
I'm going to get some rest. That's okay.
Of course.
I think I'd go walk for a bit. Thank you, my friend.
Be safe. Don't walk alone, okay?
I will. I won't go far.
Good night.
Good night. If you want company, you have it. Otherwise, be safe.
I think I'll be okay for the rest of the night, but I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Have a pleasant evening. And you as well, Lena.
Curtis, have a good night.
Good night.
Feel like I missed something amazing.
I think it has been a long time for her. And I'm glad she's found it again.
I am happy to hear. You always seem so timid and I know doing something like that must be very hard for someone like her.
I myself have well, perhaps one day.
Is it the same thing that you're not done in a while, or something different?
I never had what she has. But, it's been some years since I've sort of felt the motivation. I enjoy listening these days. I make things in other ways.
You've surely made something here, but is it the thing that you want to be making?
It's part of it. I seek to build places that people can come and be themselves, be welcome, be merry. I enjoy those who come every day to sip tea and share stories, or simply enjoy their own quiet contemplation. I enjoy people knowing that they have a place to be welcome, to be safe.
I believe the Crystal Heart is very close to that, if it isn't already.
There are always bits and pieces of it that work and bits and pieces that don't. I hope that one day all of Alice can be that. You've almost certainly heard of the news, I assume.
That we are unfavored with the Empire?
Yes. What is your
Yes,
take?
I saw. I do not blame the Empire. One of its representatives got killed here.
Mm-hmm.
But I am sorrowful that it is going to affect us in the old town, because some genius revolutionary that thought killing a likely innocent man would help them.
And what would you do if you knew who it was?
I would do what my previous job would entail. They have afforded a crime, and I will take them in. And if they choose to resist and cause harm to others, I would strike them down.
But whose crime is it? The Empire's or ours?
It is both. The Empire sent someone here.
Good evening.
Apologies, am I interrupting?
Not at all. How can we help you?
I will make this quick regardless.
Sure.
And simply wish to extend my thanks for earlier.
What? Huh?
both for lending us temporary
Right.
use of your
Right, yes, of course.
and perhaps more importantly, your follow-up was noticed and appreciated.
Yes, if I had known that her intention was that, I would not have offered her refuge here for it. Though I am glad at least that you are all out of the dark.
I'm inclined to agree. We'll see how that might become a problem for us later, but regardless, I just wanted to say I cannot speak for all of them, but I will anyway. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. I loathe people that jump to fast judgment.
I'm sorry. Bringing it back.
But,
Was the conversation at all productive?
No.
No.
It was to the effect of we could do this the hard way, but we're doing it the nice way because we're so nice.
Hmm. Do you think there will be a hard way then?
We'll see. The discussion revealed some interesting thing about our guests. Perhaps not as organized as we thought.
They are many groups with many different goals. May I ask a personal question?
I feel I owe you this at least. At the minimum.
You'd need an answer. What
But
do
you
you
may
think? What do you think of Varys's solution to the censure?
Begging for an oracle to come? He is a man that does not do well without direction. I think he is panicking, and I do not think he has thought this out.
What would you do?
Some might say everything south of the river is part of New Artesia. I would maybe agree and say sovereignty is something Valis deserves. Freedom to choose.
It's late. Let me buy you a drink sometime. We'll talk more. I say buy you a drink. I own the place. It's my drink.
I was going to say.
What?
One way or another is appreciated. Yes. I will leave you
yes.
to your discussions.
Oh, I will
You're
kick you
more
out
than
the
welcome
door.
to stay. We're talking about something not dissimilar.
Are you talking to me?
Let me
To
tackle
him.
something first, and then perhaps I do stay.
Okay, I do not
Just
want to
one
have
Of course.
serious talk.
Go ahead.
Oh, I got called, didn't I?
No.
Did you call my name?
No. If I did, I didn't mean to.
No? Okay.
I've been out of sorts all day.
Oops.
Too much talking to too many people and too much confusion.
Yes, it's all very serious right now. Hopefully we lighten up over the week.
Hmm.
Oh.
Well,
You coming to get more drink?
Good evening.
No. No, I just. Room, please.
The keys are just hanging there to your left.
Pretty impressive.
Hold. How do you hold? Oh, in the cup. Okay. Hi. What? Oh. Thank you.
If you go down the stairs, the bottom floor to this building, the door there is to a room full of beds. The key will open it,
Down the stairs. Okay.
and it'll work on one of the
Thank you.
chests should you need it.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Excuse me.
It took an embarrassingly long amount of time to get the beds in the first place. I don't know why I didn't think of it when the place was fresh.
Speaking of beds, I believe you're about to have several occupied ones downstairs.
Really? Well, when business is good.
The purple one, the catkin. She's
Yes.
seeing to them, I believe.
Ah, excellent. What do you think of Varys's plan, Vina?
You know how I feel about things. I would love for an oracle to come here and help. But I know how the town and a lot of its citizens feel. I'm not stupid. I know a lot of them are not going to be so keen on it. Trying to get the Empire's attention to help us.
I think that no matter what we choose, we make plenty of new enemies.
Of course, there is no real good choice. At the very least, we have some. We're fortunate to have some very, very charitable visitors who've offered to assist us, as far
Yes.
as I've been told.
Indeed. I've spoken with Dr. Anders today. She assured me that as far as the UN is concerned, nobody in Valis will starve. More than that is not something they can speak to, but we will not go hungry this winter, if they are to be believed.
Cereal for all.
I, for one, enjoy the cereal. It's perfect for slimes.
I just found out about it maybe 10 minutes ago.
I'm glad to hear. I'm also interested to try more of their food. It's very delicious, though. I've been warned about something called soda. That it's
7-Up with a
apparently
dick.
apparently it's a drink that's it's quite addictive and it rots people's teeth.
I've received similar warnings. They use apparently sugar. Causes in everything rots their teeth.
This sounds
Yeah, so much
excellent.
of their stuff has sugar in it. It's all so sweet. It's nice, but it's a
Well-
lot.
Well, no teeth.
No teeth. And a
No
need for
teeth.
sugar.
Well,
Perhaps all their food is perfectly built for you and Lucinda, then.
Perhaps. The cereal, at least. It's dry. No extra water. Ugh, it's been a while since we've had a proper rain, and I am very grateful for it.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. You know, I love the water. But does not agree with you.
Not at all.
we'll be getting snow soon.
Yes.
I am not looking forward to that, however.
If we're lucky, maybe it'll be an unseasonably warm winter.
Hopefully. Otherwise, you're going to be finding me by the fire there and by the stove up there most of the time. Otherwise, I'm asleep.
Well, I do what I can to keep it warm inside, at least. Though I really need
One
to
of
replace
the-
the open sign at some point. Go on.
One of the outsiders said something. They called it air. What was air conditioning, air conditioning. This sounded like way to control how hot or cold it was.
I suppose if they have devices that work as a fire without the fire, why not be able to use it as heat? Though how would they... Well,
Haven't a clue.
I suppose that I've never bothered quite so much the temperature as a Lamia, but, perhaps it's more desirable for a few of their homes.
It's very much would be. When it's cold, it's not good. Not good at all.
Mm.
Everything slows down, sluggish, and I want to sleep in more. Prefer the summertime when it's so warm.
Honestly, winter just sounds like a perpetual hangover for you.
I suppose I haven't had a hangover in years.
Have you been sober in years? Or are you drinking too much from your own supply?
I started drinking at a young age because that is the culture there, and I got drunk and hungover quite a bit in my more youthful days, and now it's like I don't even it doesn't even faze me anymore.
Oh boy.
It's actually quite sad sometimes. Sometimes I wish I could wake up all groggy again and use that as an excuse to get out of things, but does not work any longer. Still get drunk and pass out, but no hangovers anymore for me.
Hello, everyone.
I
We've
feel as
reached
though
hard
you've
end.
just
if you can bring your
surrendered one
scenes
of
to
your
a close,
cards to your
please.
employer should you ever need a day off.
All of my employees are welcome to take time whenever they wish it. I
Give
am
me
not
plenty
their
of
owner.
time.
I
I knew I'd
managed
like
well
you.
enough on my own.
Oh.
I'll go clean up in the back here. And start getting
I
things
believe
off.
it is time to call it a night.
It was good chatting with you.
But,
I want to talk to you more.
yes. I'd be happy to. But, I
Not
believe
tonight.
I have a house I need to help build and some other work to do throughout the week. To my labors I go.
Then when I see you. Good night.
Would you like me to shut this?
I'll get it in a moment when I go upstairs.
Alright, alright.